long time ago, the three of us reviewed all of the Disney animated movies. Today, we're going to take a look at what happens when they take the animated classics and let's put some real life people in them or CGI in them. In some cases, who's excited for the Disney remake ratings?
Nobody.
Walt wouldn't have been.
Yeah, so I did this project. I did a project where I watched through not just like the official like live action remakes, but basically anything that had anything to do with like the animated movies that was done like in live action form. Like I followed the list that's on Wikipedia as well as like whatever was like anything that Disney had a hand in that was like a remake of something. Like there's going to be like a few examples on here that aren't on the official list, but I added them anyway because they were associated with like a Disney animated classic or just a Disney classic. But yes, so main reason I did this was because I got the Disney HBO Max Hulu bundle. And I figured get my money's worth. And I actually canceled that bundle because I was done with it, even though I technically have not watched Lilo and Stitch. I only know of Lilo and Stitch's problems, so we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah. I don't have the bundle, but I'm using my sister's bundle, and they're starting to go the Netflix route where you have to log in a password every time you want to. Every so often, you want to, if you're not using the main house account.
Yeah. I actually pay for Disney Plus because, well, for one thing, I have this vague hope that someday they'll actually open the vault properly. And because I do write a column about Disney every Friday, so it's basically a business expense for me.
Well, that's fair enough. But for me, I'm basically done with that account for the time being, and I was not renewing it for another month just for a single movie that I already know I'm not going to like.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only account right now that I'm paying for is Crunchyroll.
Let's also say that I have access to a lot more streaming services that I actually pay for. I have very good friends.
Yeah.
Okay, so you actually, I see you made your tier list here. It looks like you're missing a couple of movies I'm going to be talking about.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't make it anyways. I just found it.
Oh, you just found it.
I found the most complete. I found the most complete one I could, and this is like the one that's. I just looked up 2025 tier list, and the other ones were like didn't have half these things.
It does look like this one has everything that's on the official Wikipedia list, but it excludes a few that weren't on the Wikipedia list. So yeah. So that is probably the most complete one.
Yeah, we'll just approximate where they would be then. All right, so are we going in chronological order, or
we will do chronological order?
I feel I should announce at the outset, I haven't seen most of these. I'm not going to see most of these.
And I'll be upfront and say that, yeah, most of them you shouldn't see. So
I've seen a few of them, not all of them, but mostly pre-pandemic.
Like, the thing with these remakes is I was pleasantly surprised by more of them than I thought I was going to be. But, like, 9 times out of 10, they were still inferior to the animated versions. And even the ones that surpassed the animated versions for me, the animated versions weren't that great to begin with.
Right. I would also like to read a quote from Walt Disney before we start. This is an actual quote. He said it on Lux Radio Theater round about the time I believe Pinocchio had just come out. And I am not going to idolize Walt. Walt was a complicated man. But the studio sure idolizes him, and therefore I would like to share this quote that I think is somewhat relevant to what we're discussing here. He was asked if the studio had any particular rules, and he said, just one. Never do anything that somebody else can do better. That's why we ordinarily sidestep stories that could be done successfully in live action instead of animated action.
Yeah, one of these days. Oh, sorry.
Well, considering he said that around the time Pinocchio came out, when I get to talking about Pinocchio's remake, yeah. Like, let's just say the original Pinocchio, like, say what you will about Walt Disney and the studio, the original Pinocchio was a labor of love.
Oh, it very much was.
And, the remake...
I have too much respect for Tom Hanks to watch the remake.
So, that's all I'm going to say about the remake for now until we get to it. But
one of these days, I still want to go through the actual real life, not the remake real life ones, but the Disney.
You mean their actual live action movie, please?
Yeah.
Okay. That would be a bit of a big project, and that would require me to get Disney back, but we will see.
But it's not to be today. But so, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong. Was 101 the first movie?
No, it was like the first movie in the remake lineup is often forgotten about. Probably not helped by this was the only one I could not watch on. Well, this wasn't the only one I couldn't watch on Disney Plus, and I'll get to that. But this one was is not available on Disney Plus. There is no current home video release in print. Like, the only way to get it is there's like a handful of digital releases. I will be honest, I found an unofficial upload on YouTube, and that's how I watched it.
You know what? You do what you got to do. My feeling is if they don't release it so you can give them money, that's their problem.
So the first of the remakes is a often forgotten about remake of The Jungle Book from 1994. And
I have seen this one, just not since the 90s.
So, and it's pretty fitting that this movie that Disney has tried to bury, more or less. Well, it should be noted that Disney, while they distributed the movie, my understanding is they were not involved with like a lot of the production side of things. Like they mainly were just the distributor. And it's fitting that a movie that they freaking have tried to bury happens to be one of the more solid remakes. Like,
go on.
So, the movie is directed by I think Steven Sommers is his name.
I'm looking it up real quick because I have seen this version, but Steven Sommers, yes.
Yeah, Steven Sommers. So you might know that name for the Brendan Fraser Mummy movies. And I will say this movie does kind of ape that similar energy. Like, it can get surprisingly dark at times, but it also has a witty sense of humor. Like, it's like a little bit sappy, but like, you know what? Like, at the same time, it can be endearing and mature. Like, it has some pretty dark death scenes. There's some pretty spot-on social commentary about how the British treated India during their occupation of the country.
What a strange career Steven Sommers has had.
Mm-hmm.
He also directed Van Helsing, which is one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
Van Helsing's a bit of a guilty pleasure, but it is a pretty dumb movie. But, yeah, so... But another thing that kind of stands out, there's a couple other things that stand out about the 94 Jungle Book. So, notably, this is a version of the story where the animal characters do not talk.
Mm-hmm.
So, they mainly express themselves like body language and all of that, and like it gets the job done. But at the same time, they take a back seat for a good chunk of the movie with the human characters getting a lot of attention. And so another thing that's a little weird, but I mean, it works within the context, but a thing that makes this weird is that the movie feels a lot more like Tarzan than it does Jungle Book. Like, this version has, for most of the movie, they have Mowgli as an adult. And, like, he's, like, learning about human society for, like, a good chunk of it.
That'd be more like a sequel or something than an actual remake.
But at the same time, they frame it as, like, a remake of the Jungle Book story. Because, like, it has, like, his origin, like, how he got lost in how he wound up in the jungle. He was raised by the animals and everything. So, yes. I will say that this does give Mowgli a pretty mature character arc. Like, there's this one part of the movie where, like, he openly expresses confusion. Like, he knows he doesn't belong in the animal kingdom. He doesn't belong with the humans. And they also have a really stacked cast. Like, Jason Scott Lee is the guy who plays Mowgli. And then you also have Lena Headey, Carrie Elway, Sam Neill, John Cleese.
And if you're not sure where you know the name Jason Scott Lee from, because he's a great actor, but you might not know. He was David in Lilo and Stitch, like
in the
original
animated
Lilo
one, that is,
Stitch.
Yeah.
And he played Bruce Lee in Dragon the Bruce Lee story. He's a very talented actor. He was in Back to the Future Part 2, though I don't remember him from that. So, very talented actor, very underrated. I should add him to my schedule.
What's his name again?
Jason Scott
Lee. To my knowledge, no relation.
To the Power... it reminds me of what's the Power Rangers guy's name?
You mean Austin St. John's character from the Mighty Morphin series? I believe his...
Okay, that was his character name, all right.
No, his character name was, I think, Jason Lee Scott. So, like, change it around a bit. But, yeah, so... Like, the 94 Jungle Book, it gets a little sappy, but, like, it's a little cliche, but at the same time, there is, like, genuine heart to it. Like, it felt like they were trying to do something different, which is more than what can be said. And, like, for a lot of the other remakes, and, like, even when the remakes try to do something different, it usually sucks because they completely miss the point of the original. But this one did it in a way to where it's like, yeah, they kept the core essence of the original, but, like, they went their own direction that didn't feel like a disrespect. So, yeah.
I don't remember disliking it, but I also don't remember liking it enough to have seen it since about 1997.
Like, it's not a movie that you really have to go out of your way to see, but, like, if you do go out of your way to see it, like, it's a fine movie.
Is that on this list here? Is this
Yes, it is. It's that one right there.
All right. So where are we ranking this? Absolute Cinema, definitely decently good. Okay, I guess. I don't care.
I would put it in decently good. I'm just little word. Nothing's gonna go into Absolute Cinema.
But no, Dumbo.
So
I haven't seen Dumbo.
If I could say one thing, I did a binge of the original animated Disney of the mainline Disney animated movies, a binge of the direct-to-video sequels, and a binge of all the Marvel movies. And when I do so I made my letterbox list for all of them. The mainline animated movies got no half stars. Like, I think there was like a couple of 1 stars. That's as low as I went.
Mm-hmm.
The direct-to-video sequels managed 2 half stars. The Marvel binge managed 2 half stars as well, but none of them were Disney produced because the 2 of them were Fantastic and Kraven the Hunter.
Neither of which I have seen.
Yeah. The live action remakes did 4 half stars.
Yeah, there's a reason well, there's a bunch of reasons I haven't watched most of these. The most important reason is they just don't look very good.
And most of them are, like, of the 25, because I watched 25 movies for this live action remake binge, Oof. I think maybe only 3 managed 4 stars, and 2 of those 3, including Jungle Book 94, I may have just been nice.
Yeah, I do have to say, there's one movie on this list that I generally absolutely adore, and we'll get to it when we get to it, but that, I don't know if it's absolute cinema, but in my opinion, it was the best one on this list.
I think I know which one you're talking about, and I will probably agree, but first up, we have the next one on the list, the 101 Dalmatians remake.
I haven't seen it.
I saw it back. I did see this one back in the 90s.
Yeah, I was already in college when it came out and thought to myself, no, I don't have to.
So, the thing with the 101 Dalmatians remake is it's not at all a perfect movie, but it still serves as a poster child for how you should do a remake like this. Because the thing is, the original 101 Dalmatians was already a movie I didn't think very strongly of. Like, I loved it as a kid, but when I rewatched it, I was like, how did I love this movie? Because the original 101 Dalmatians, like, anything that doesn't have Cruella de Vil being unhinged and insane, the movie's just kind of dull.
I have to admit a personal fondness for the military structure of the animals living in the barn, but that's because I'm a cat person, and I like that there's a cat in that.
Yeah. But so the thing with the remake is it does follow a lot of the same beats of the original, but it does deviate in a lot of ways to give it its own identity that doesn't feel like it's out of place. Like, so the remake does... So, again, one of my problems with the original movie is that it is pretty dull for its runtime, and the remake actually does, in a way, kind of address this, largely by giving Cruella de Vil a lot more screen time, and Glenn Close, like, she really went out of her way to play the character accurate to the original.
It's a hell of a cast.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Glenn Close, obviously.
But you also... So, Jeff Daniels plays Roger, who's Pongo's owner. I forget the name of who plays Anita.
Jolie Richardson, who is, for those familiar with highbrow British cinema, she is the daughter of Vanessa Redgrave, who's a very prominent British actress. The whole family is loaded with well-known performers. Joan Plowright as Nanny, Hugh Laurie and Mark Williams as
Jasper and Horace. Yeah, like Hugh Laurie and Mark Williams, they're basically playing a British Harry and Marv, but you know what? Like, they actually have good on-screen chemistry.
And I don't know who the character of Alonzo is, but he's played by a man named Tim McInerney, who fans of the British show Blackadder will remember with fondness. He was Captain Darling.
Ah. So, like, when it comes to Roger and Anita, well, they make it to where Roger's an American living in the UK this time, and they change up, so in the original, Roger was a musician, but in the remake, he's a game designer. Like, a video game designer.
Huh.
And, like, he makes these weird FMV, these 90s FMV games with, like, these like, anybody who's played, like, weird 90s FMV games, like, he makes this weird FMV game starring Dalmatians that fits right in the period.
So this would be like the Sega CD type of game, or
more like a PC game almost, but Sega CD is kind of a good way to describe how the game he makes looks.
It's a Blackadder, not Blackadder.
And I will say, with Anita, they make it to so the original has it to where Anita knows who Corella is, but it's basically mentioned in passing once that, they went to school together, that's it. The remake actually ties them together in a bit more of a smarter way. Corella owns a fashion business, and Anita's one of her employees.
Huh.
When did the original come out? When did the original come out again?
Like in the early 60s.
Okay. So
in the book, they went to school together. So
well, they went to. That's how the animated movie describes it too. That they went to school together. But no, in the remake, she's one of her employees, and yeah, they run with that. But yeah, so Glenn Close is utterly brilliant playing Cruella DeVille. And it helps that she has a lot more screen time than her animated counterpart does. And, I mean, Hugh Laurie and Mark Williams are also fun to watch. But again, they're basically doing Harry and Marv level shtick from Home Alone. But, they have good chemistry. There's a few... especially as the movie goes on, there's parts where, where the dogs and, all the barn animals are, setting, Home Alone-style traps for them. You can tell that this thing was produced in part by John Hughes. And, yeah, then there's some... But, again, this movie is not perfect. There is some freaking stupid humor. One of the Dalmatian puppies, their gimmick is that they like pissing. And of course, they like pissing so much that that's their name. Their name is Wizzy.
Oh, Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I'm remembering this now.
And during, the Home Alone trap-style climax, the Dalmatians are surprisingly absent. That's one thing about the animated movie. Pongo and Perdita, the adult Dalmatians, the parents, they are pretty heavily involved in the climax of the original. In the animated one, yeah, they go looking for the pups, but they barely do anything during the climax, which is a little jarring. It could be because they don't talk in this version, because I did forget to mention that the animals do not talk in this movie either. And again, it's lots of body language that they use to express themselves, but yeah. And yeah, the climax is pretty padded out, and I will say overall, that was one of the things I really liked about the animated one, that it ended with a crazy car chase. Yeah, there is no crazy car chase in the remake. So.
All right.
But yeah, this one, I would say either on the very low end of decently good or at the top of okay, I guess. So maybe put it there.
Okay. We can rearrange things later.
Yeah.
If we need.
All right. So this next one is not going to be on the tier list, but I can tell you right away, it goes, well, I would put it at the, like, you could put this on Wait You Exist, but freaking, I would love to put it on the bottom of Don't Waste Your Time on this. Because this movie is not only one of the 4 half stars I gave, it's the lowest half star. So, this one is often forgotten about. It's another Jungle Book remake.
How many times did they try? How many times did they try to make Jungle Book? Let's try it again. Nope, let's try it again.
So there were 3 Jungle Book remakes I watched here. This is the second of the 3. And this, you want to know how much deep shit we are in with this one? This is the only one of the live action remakes that was direct to video.
Ooh.
Yeah, and that's the one reason why it's not included on the Wikipedia list, because it was direct to video. So the movie's name is The Jungle Book Mowgli Story.
Okay. So I'm calling up IMDb pages as we go.
Yeah, so Jungle Book Mowgli Story. When I watched this, like, I saw a commercial for it on VHS as, like, a really young kid, but I never saw it until now, and this thing's on Disney+. This thing, like, they will put this on Disney+, but not the 94 one.
What is this cast?
Something surprises you?
Oh, I mean, it's a really solid cast for what looks like a not good movie that nobody remembers.
It's not just not good, it is horrible. It is so bad.
I mean, with all the love in my heart for these people, they are like 90% hey, it's that guys. Like, I have got to be the only person who goes, ooh, Stephen Tobolowsky. But like Eartha Kitt and Wallace Shawn people have heard of. Fred Savage, Richard Kind. Good Lord.
Yep. So
is this one of those things where it's not the actress, it's the director or writer?
It's the material. It is the material. So let's just say when I was watching this thing, it was the first time in a long time that I wanted to shut a movie off before it was even halfway done. I was so, like, so the thing is, this is a basic retelling of the Jungle Book story. Like, it mixes together elements from, like, the other adaptations. Like, it has an opening similar to the 94 one, where you get a flashback of Mowgli as, like, a young kid. How he got lost in the jungle. And then there's also going to be an eerie similarity to the 2016 one, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So the thing with this movie is that the animals in this one talk again, and of course, because it's a direct-to-video production, a lot of it is just stock footage of jungle animals walking around with, like, this kid, with, like, this Jungle Boy kid, and, you know, it's direct-to-video, so the mouths don't move with what's being said. Like, as in, the mouths don't move at all.
Right, right.
Yeah, and the thing is, the animals not only talk in this movie, they don't shut up.
Well, so they did the opposite. So they did the opposite of the last one.
And yeah, let's just say, like, the way I worded the animal characters' dialogue in this movie, this is how I described it in the Letterboxd review, word for word. The dialogue, it's stupid, asinine, motherfucking, piece of shit, foobar level dialogue.
Oh, what a waste of Eartha Kitt.
Like, I've seen plenty of kids' movies like this, and I don't think I've come across one that had dialogue that was more juvenile, idiotic, and stupid as what I heard here. Basically, all the animal characters in this movie do is just constantly crack these unfunny jokes in air quotes. Like, freaking, they're constantly referencing human things they shouldn't know about, like having dance parties and all that. Oh, and like the part I had to freaking screenshot to like a group chat I'm in. So the thing is, like in like most Jungle Book adaptations, Mowgli is taken in by a pack of wolves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there is like when he's taken in by a pack of wolves here, and one of the younger ones that's his older sister, his adoptive sister, basically. They're trying to think of a name for him, and they name him Mowgli eventually. But the sister wolf character is like, I know a name we can call him. Let's call him Poo Poo Pee Pee.
Ugh.
And then the dad has to go, Poo Poo Pee Pee? What does that mean? I don't know, but it sounds funny.
Okay, question. Did they attempt the songs?
No. There is only one song in the movie, and it's a stupid Jungle Boy song with a couple of I forget if they were apes or monkeys, one or the other, and I really don't care.
I mean, technically apes are monkeys, so
I've heard there is a difference between them, but yeah.
It's a biological thing. We won't get into it today.
But yeah, so also Shere Khan is given this bumbling hyena assistant whose only purpose in this movie is to explain every single joke, acting like a stupid idiot. Like, I don't even want to go back into this movie to find out what he was like. It was the most irritating thing. And when I mean every animal in this movie talks, every animal in this movie talks. Like freaking random like sea turtles that are in like ponds. Freaking they have to talk. Freaking when Mowgli's trying to get Blue some honey, freaking every single bee has to shout like exaggerated battle quotes, like "For the Queen!" freaking stinging him.
Oh God.
That is what I mean when this movie cannot shut up. And I know the arguments, the counter arguments some people would give to me. Oh, this is clearly meant for little toddlers. Like, this is obviously not meant for, like, parents or anything. Okay. That's why this movie has shockingly graphic material for a G-rated movie. Like, in keeping with the glorified nature documentary footage with all these animals, there is a shocking amount of blood in this movie.
I mean, I show my kids true life adventures, but, you know.
And, yeah, so there are a few occasions where you can see, like, some of the pack of wolves feasting on a kill, complete with, like, the corpse being visible. Like, and they're feasting on it. There's one scene where one of the wolves gets, like, a stick, like, trapped in its leg, and Mowgli has to pull it out, and there's, like, a bloody wound and everything. And then, freaking... then, one of the plot points of this movie is that one of Mowgli's adoptive wolf parents is killed by Shere Khan, and that's the element that will be carried into the 2016 remake. And, yeah, freaking... Like, I think the difference is that here, it's the mom. In the 2016 version, it's the dad.
Well, and the thing about the argument of, well, it's for kids, kids can have better taste than people think.
Yep.
I show my kids a lot of stuff, and my kids are capable of knowing when stuff is bad. Like, yeah, my son, who is 12, is better at it than my daughter, who is 8. But they are both capable of saying, wow, this is bad. Can we not watch this?
Mm-hmm.
And Caden, no, it isn't where we get the myth that lemmings are suicidal. The myth already existed. Disney just dramatized it. And yeah, White Wilderness is mostly good except for the lemming part.
I thought they got that from the Super Nintendo Lemmings game.
Like, it had been a legend about lemmings for decades, if not centuries, before Disney made White Wilderness and, yes, threw a bunch of lemmings off a cliff. But people cite White Wilderness because so much of the other Disney True Life Adventure stuff actually is fairly accurate, and they just did this one part that is really, really not.
Okay,
but yeah,
so
no, my kids probably would hate this movie.
So you'd put this on, don't waste your time on this then.
like, yeah, this is bottom tier, but so there's a few more things I gotta say about this. So yeah, they don't show Mowgli's adoptive mom being killed by Shere Khan, but they do show you the body, complete with a bloody wound. Because, of course, and then in copying the opening of the 94 movie, there you see at several points it's humans holding and firing rifles at Shere Khan. Like, I'm just thinking, between the stupid juvenile dialogue made for babies and the freaking surprisingly intense imagery, this movie is just made for nobody. And there is only one scene in this movie that I thought was tolerable. Not good, but tolerable. And that was the death scene. Only because that's the one scene in the entire movies where the animal characters shut the fuck up. And they actually have surprisingly mournful dialogue as, like, Mowgli tries to process it. So that's why Mowgli ruins it. The kid playing him has pretty horrible acting during the scene. Like, there's, like, so he starts crying, and his reaction, I'm not making this up, this is what he's like, what is this? What am I feeling?
Oh, no. To be fair to that kid, who went on to do a bunch of other Disney stuff by the look of it, nobody could have done anything with that line.
Yeah, like, I think that kid appeared in some of the made-for-TV Disney Channel stuff. Like, so at least I think he went on to better things, I hope. So,
I mean, I haven't seen any of the other stuff either, but it doesn't sound like it could have been much worse.
But yeah, so yeah, I know I hate to be harsh on this movie because it did have young kids as a target audience, or kind of. But yeah, like, I will say this. Other direct-to-video slop, other live-action direct-to-video slop Disney made, all of that had more charm than this. Like, Air Buddies, Beverly Hills Chihuahua, Inspector Gadget, the Disney sing-along songs tapes, and all the Disney Channel original movies, all of those are freaking Citizen Kane compared to this. Like, my God. But yeah, this is on the bottom tier.
So let's go. We can only go up from here, right?
This is the worst. This is the worst one, I will say. But there are 3 other half stars. So, all right. Next up, we have 102 Dalmatians, the sequel to the 101 Dalmatians remake. This one, just like the original, I have no experience. Well, actually, that's wrong, because the original, the only experience I had was seeing, like, advertisements on, like, old VHS tapes and everything. This one, I have slightly more experience. I played the tie-in game, because there was a tie-in game for 102 Dalmatians that used the characters from this movie, but it was like in the art style of the animated movies. Like 102 Dalmatians on the PS1 and Dreamcast is actually a pretty solid game for what it is. And it's far better than this movie, because this movie was dumb. Like
Jean-Pierre Lepelt.
Yeah, the stupid French guy.
Gérard Depardieu.
So
it's again weirdly solid cast for what looks to be clearly not worth it.
Yeah, 102 Dalmatians I did not like. Like, there is so much stupid shit in this movie. So, first of all, there's a parrot character in this movie that's voiced by Eric Idle. And, first of all, he's able to perfectly talk to the humans. Because, of course.
Yeah.
And his sole gimmick is that he thinks he's a dog. That is the only joke with Eric Idle's parrot character, that he thinks he's a dog. And they beat that into the ground. And because he thinks he's a dog, he doesn't think he can fly. And of course, that's going to be a freaking plot point in the climax. And, like, bless her heart, Glenn Close does try to go, like, all unhinged and everything again. Like, she's easily one of the highlights of the movie, but the material she was given was not good.
I don't think Glenn Close is capable of phoning it in.
I need to see Glenn Close in more stuff. But, yeah, so the thing with this movie is that Cruella de Vil seems to be turning over a new leaf at the start of the movie, where she's actually, like, sane, like, she doesn't want to, like, make coats out of Dalmatians anymore.
Is this the one where they ring a bell and she goes back to
her old Yes! Yes! Freaking, she's turning over a new leaf for a good for, like, the first, like, 20 minutes or so, and then out of nowhere, like, at the psych ward where she was kept, it was like, oh, by the way, when she hears Big Ben ring, she goes crazy.
Sure, that's not going to be a problem at all in London.
And freaking, that's a plot point they bring up out of nowhere just for the set piece where she goes crazy again because she hears Big Ben ringing, and, like, it's almost like a freaking monster transformation because her hair gets all frizzy. And, her hair gets all frizzy. She gets longer nails and everything. And, yeah, freaking, they bring this up out of nowhere, and it never comes back. It's literally just an out-of-nowhere excuse to make her crazy again.
Oh, Glenn Close, you could have been in a better movie.
And, yeah, then there's also, like, smaller things, like continuity errors, like freaking how the main puppy Oddball, like, she's wearing a sweatshirt that, like, gives her spots, and, like, there's a chase scene where there's, like, a loose thread, like, with the head, like, going all over the room, and, like, freaking, like, that loose thread appears and disappears. Freaking, there's also how the Frenchman freaking puts in a fully grown Dalmatian inside of a knapsack that looks too small to hold it.
Who knew Gerard Depardieu had a bag of holding?
And yeah, and then there's this whole sequence where Cruella's assistant is going around capturing Dalmatians. He's climbing up into an apartment window and he falls down, so obviously he fails to get the Dalmatians. So that's why the Dalmatians are running away from him outside. Like, the Dalmatians could have just stayed inside and they would have been safe, but no, they had to run outside anyway.
Oh, boy.
And, yeah, and of course, the thing with the humans in the first movie is that there was a pretty solid cast of human characters in the first one, like Jeff Daniels, like Jolie Richardson, Hugh Laurie, Mark Williams. Here, all you have is Glenn Close.
Well, it looks like Tim McInerney was back, but...
Yeah, like, the main human characters in this movie are played by Alice Evans, and I cannot pronounce this guy's name for the life of me. He's the guy who played...
I'm never sure. I'll look it up.
Like... he's the guy who played Mr. Fantastic in the Tim Story Fantastic Four movies. Like I always...
Welsh. I don't speak Welsh.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to say his name. Like... but anyways, so... They are very weak-ass, leading characters.
It appears to be roughly Ewan
Grufford. I think that's how you say it. So, yeah, like, so Alice Evans and Ewan Grufford, they play very weak characters. Like, Grufford plays like a dog shelter, like an animal shelter owner who's like trying to get funding, and then Alice Evans is like I think she's like Corella's parole officer or something. And yeah, they are very weak characters, and like there's just painful plot beats relating to them, like how there's a forced third act breakup when Corella frames Grufford for like stealing the puppies when he very clearly didn't do it, and it's like a cockamamie scheme to frame him that of course the police believe.
Sure.
And
he seems to be an actor who is consistently let down by his choices of movie.
Yeah, I mean, the Tim Story Fantastic Four movies were not great. He was also in that disaster movie San Andreas.
Yeah, he was in the King Arthur with Keira Knightley.
Probably the one solid movie I know he was in was James Cameron's Titanic. Specifically, I think he's the officer in the boat that goes back to look for survivors after the ship sinks.
He's in Black Hawk Down, which is not a terrible movie.
Well, Black Hawk Down I thought was fine.
He's in Wild with Stephen Fry, which is quite good.
But yeah, so
Oscar Wilde.
Little trivia fact for you. The two of them, he got married to Alice Evans a few years after this movie, and a couple of years ago they went through a painfully messy divorce.
Ooh.
So, but yeah, so 102 Dalmatians is a pretty dumb movie. There's like two things about it that give it some life. The first one is Glenn Close. Like, she's really trying with this material, but she doesn't have nearly as much to work with. And I will say, the lead Dalmatian pup in this movie, Oddball, some of her antics are kind of cute. That's about the nicest thing I could say. And even then, she's one of the player characters in the 102 Dalmatians PS1 game. And frankly, that game did her better justice. So, honestly, to viewers in chat, I recommend play that game. You don't really seek out this movie.
Now, I'm trying to remember correctly. Two of the puppies from the first movie are the parents in this movie, right?
Yes. So, I think one of the pups from the first one is now an adult, and like they have kids of their own in this one. Yes.
Was it one of the? Do you remember which one it was?
The one's name is Dipstick, I believe.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Yes, let's let that puppy breed.
So yeah, so I don't know what tier I would put 102 Dalmatians in. Like,
I don't care. Was it me? I don't care, or wait, you exist.
I'm not really sure. Like, probably on the bottom of honestly don't care.
Alright.
So, alright, the next one is kind of where the remake trend was starting to gain traction, but not like in full steam ahead just yet. We have Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland remake, which remains one of the only remakes I've actually seen in theaters.
I saw it in the theater too, so I can actually speak intelligently about this one.
Okay, so this one I don't have too much to say. All I'm going to say is that it left me pretty stumped. That is like the best way I can describe how I feel about this.
So I read the books as a child, and it is my considered opinion that it is impossible to make a straightforward adaptation of Alice in Wonderland because it doesn't have a story.
And that is how I felt about the animated version, that it wasn't really a story, more it was like random events.
Yeah, the book is a bunch of stuff that happens. The second book has at least the theoretical arch of a story in that Alice is trying to get across the chessboard, but even then, each square is its own self-contained story, and very little carries through from one square to the next. And some of the characters that we know from the animated Disney Alice in Wonderland are in Through the Looking Glass. So with all of that in mind, I actually thought the concept of this movie was really interesting. I have personal feelings about Johnny Depp, but at the time the movie came out, we didn't know how terrible a person he is. And I thought it was interesting that he was still a teen idol and had been since before I myself was a teen. I think his dance at the end is hands down the worst part of this movie.
Wow.
But I do like, first off, I love Mia Wasikowska, who plays Alice, and wish she did more things because she's a fantastic actress. And I liked the concept. I liked the idea of what we have of Alice in Wonderland is an unreliable narrator, because Alice, as a child, did not fully understand what was going on around her, and now we're getting it all from her childhood memories.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that idea. I don't always think it's carried out very well, but this is one of those Tim Burton movies that I like more than a lot of other people do, while acknowledging that it is mid-tier Tim Burton at best.
Like, it's like I want to give this, like, I give this movie credit for doing something original, like having, like, Alice in her adulthood, like, going back to, like, visit, like, her childhood memories of Wonderland. And they do have a stacked cast, and they put in good performances, and it's like, at the same time, I'm not sure really what to think of this movie. Like, especially the climax, it's like they tried to turn Alice in Wonderland into like a Lord of the Rings style war epic. Yeah. And it's like, it's fine, but like, I don't know how much substance it has. Like they do try to give Alice like a character arc. Like they fit in a lot of gender norms, like the 1800s or like whatever time period it is.
Yes, 1800s.
They fit in a lot of that, and Alice is expected to conform to society's expectations, and then like the big thing that she gets from like the Wonderland cast, or Underland as they call it, is that she should make her own decisions, and it's like, it's fine, but like I don't know how much depth it ultimately has. Like that's the thing. That's like the best way I can describe this movie.
Was Alice played by a 7-year-old like in the book or the Disney movie?
No.
She's played by an actress named Mia Wasikowska, who I'm gonna look up how old she is, because I've seen her in a few things and she's very talented. I've seen her hold her own. Yeah, she was born in 1989. So she is currently 35. And this movie came out in 2010. So, she was
like in her early 20s at the time.
She was like 21 when the movie came out. And she was playing Alice, is written as a young woman who is about to announce an engagement because, frankly, her family needs the money that they will get from her marrying this guy. But Alice has not been raised to be a conventional Victorian young woman. And therefore, she doesn't want to marry a guy for his money, even if her family needs her to. And in the middle of her engagement party, she ends up following the White Rabbit back down to what she finds out is actually called Underland and not Wonderland, where just a whole lot of stuff is happening.
Yeah, like there's the whole story arc of how she has to help them defeat the Jabberwocky.
Yeah.
And that's where like the climactic battle scene comes in.
Yeah, and the Red Queen and the White Queen are from Through the Looking Glass, but the Red Queen is kind of conflated with the Queen of Hearts, who's from Alice in Wonderland, and it's
it's totally different. Think about the premise, of a 21-year-old fiance running away to Wonderland. It's totally different than a bored 7-year-old wandering away.
Yeah, and then it turns out that they need her to fulfill a prophecy.
Yeah.
Which, okay, hero's journey, I guess, but
like that, like everything about the movie, it's fine, but like it's also very basic. I question how much depth it ultimately has. So it's like with these remakes, you could do way worse, but like still,
I haven't seen it in years because of the aforementioned Johnny Depp thing, but from what I remember of it, I currently couldn't give it any higher than okay, I guess.
Like, I would give it an okay, I guess, yeah.
Like put it beneath, enjoyed it.
Yeah, beneath 101 Dalmatians. Yeah.
But, yeah.
Alright, so next up, we have another remake that technically falls in the remake lineup, only because it doesn't remake a movie, it remakes a segment of a movie. And that would be The Sorcerer's Apprentice with Nicolas Cage.
Oh, I have not seen that because, wow.
And
I actually did see that in the theaters.
Like, this one I really do not have much to say. So, The Sorcerer's Apprentice, like, I think I said this in the mainline animated Disney flick episode. The original Fantasia, I respect it as a work of art, but but it's not a movie that I feel like I'm the most entertained by. And I will say The Sorcerer's Apprentice is the best part of the original Fantasia for me, except for maybe Night on Bald Mountain. Only because I find myself being more entertained by Fantasia 2000, which also had Sorcerer's Apprentice in there. But yeah, so Sorcerer's Apprentice is like, I'll give the remake this. They took what was originally a 10-minute short, and they did expand it into its own movie with its own lore, storyline, and everything. Like, they actually managed to succeed in expanding the material from the original story.
Well, okay, I haven't seen this movie, but the short of The Sorcerer's Apprentice is based on lore that goes back centuries. There is a recurring version of the story that's told in a bunch of different cultures in a bunch of different ways about a kid who gets apprenticed to a sorcerer and gets in way over his head. I mean, that's just a thing that happens. Caden, you're thinking The Magician's Nephew, and the Chronicles of Narnia is the entire 7-book series. You're thinking The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. But anyway, again, I haven't seen this movie because I don't want to. But there is the idea of a sorcerer hires an apprentice for reasons of his own, and then things happen. And there are at least 3 Irish legends that I know of that are basically just that story.
Mm-hmm. But, you actually just unlocked a memory for me. I'm pretty sure when I was a young kid, I was shown other versions of The Sorcerer's Apprentice, like where frickin' it wasn't Mickey that was the apprentice. It was just a random kid.
Yeah.
You just unlocked a memory for me. But yeah, like...
I don't remember what the technical name for it is. I don't professionally study folklore, but it is a very common folkloric trope.
Yeah. And...
I'm remembering... it's been a while since this movie... I saw this movie when it came out through the years, so it's been a while, but I'm remembering some kind of static electricity, thunder, lightning situation with water and a bad guy.
Well, yeah. So the thing with the Sorcerer's Apprentice is that it does succeed in taking the folklore story. Like there is a scene in this movie that recreates like getting the brooms to like fill the water, and then the apprentice gets in over his head and they flood it. They do have a scene of that in this movie, but other than that, they mostly had to make their own stuff up. And I will say, they at least make a movie that's stimulating. But I will say, Nicolas Cage as the sorcerer and Jay Baruchel as the apprentice, they are the big things that carry this movie. Like, they at least have, like, that mentor-mentee chemistry to them.
Yeah, I would say this is one of Nicolas Cage movies I do enjoy.
And
another actor not capable of phoning things in.
Yeah, like Nicolas Cage gives it his all with this. So does Jay Baruchel. And I will say this movie, like, it's ultimately pretty bland, but those 2 performances at least keep it stimulating, and like you can follow what's going on. Like, it's not like it at least has logic to it.
I would say between decently good and okay, I guess.
Like, where I would personally put it is in between 101 Dalmatians and Alice in Wonderland. That's where I would put it.
Apparently, Alan Alda's nephew is in it, so that's another thing that I can tell you.
The guy from MASH?
Yeah.
Okay.
I looked it up. I saw the name Alda, and I can't resist.
So next up, we have Maleficent.
I think this is the start, officially start of they started doing the remix full force.
Pretty much, because they did Maleficent this in 2014, then it was Cinderella the next year, then it was Jungle Book the year after that, and then it was then they also did Alice Through the Looking Glass, Beauty and the Beast. Like, yeah, they were going full force by this point.
Okay, this is like a...
So this is sort of a Wicked situation where they retell the classic story from mostly the perspective of the villain, and they give her like a bit more of a sympathetic backstory.
Where she's not the villain at all in this thing.
Yeah.
I've never seen it because Maleficent is my favorite villain, and I just can't.
Yeah, like I will say between this and the sequel, like
Yeah,
I will give it that Angelina Jolie does put in a good performance.
let's just
But
say,
especially in the sequel, it's what her character is a little confused.
So
the bad guy in this movie is the king. Sleeping Beauty's father is the real bad guy in this movie.
Yeah, so
so Angelina Jolie does sometimes phone it in. She is on my list of can act but doesn't. Because there are movies I have seen her in where she's clearly she would like the paycheck now, please. But if nothing else, they cast the right cheekbones.
Okay, let me recap this, but I can remember. Maleficent and this little boy were friends. There was a war between the fairy people and the human people, but they were friends. They like screw the rules. We're friends. But then they got separated. Then the little boy grew up. And the king, the other king says, "If you kill Maleficent, I'll give you my daughter in marriage." So he went back, didn't kill her, but he cut off those wings. Made her go to sleep, cut off her wings, and say, "I killed her, queen now, please." And he came to king, married the queen, and had Aurora. That's
yeah.
Oh boy.
So the best way I can describe this movie, so the original Sleeping Beauty was a movie that I was a little bit mixed on. And the thing I could say about this remake is that it takes a few steps forward and also takes a few steps back. Like
instead of being a Jip that she wasn't invited to a birthday party, he's Jip that cut her damn wings off.
Like, that's the thing. Like, they do sell Maleficent's, like, tragic backstory here. And, like, yeah, like, on one hand, the original movie, her cursing Aurora because she wasn't invited to a birthday party is top-tier evil villain stuff.
Okay, first off, it's not a birthday party, it's a christening.
Yeah.
Second, it's a violation of the rules of hospitality and a very big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it makes a lot more sense to a medieval audience, perhaps, than it does to a modern one.
That's true, okay?
Okay. So, yeah, like, that being said, they do sell the sympathetic backstory for Maleficent here for why she, like, turns bad. And they do give her the depth that leads to her regretting her actions and taking a bit more of a heroic role. And I do have a problem with how they downplay her villainous side a little too much. Like,
she's the villain who gets to say hell. She's supposed to have a villainous side.
Like, that's the thing. Like, this, and especially the sequel, you do not really buy her as a villain all that much.
Yeah,
even though ostensibly she's supposed to be.
Spoilers here, real fast for people that see this movie. Spoilers. It's her kiss that wakes up the princess. It's her kiss of love that wakes up Aurora.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could also get, like, the fact they make the king the villain, well, that's way more of a role than he had in the original. So I guess you could say they effectively used him for what they wanted to accomplish. Then Aurora, like, I found she was mostly the same as the original, where she's mainly just there to give the movie conflict. And then, except this time she's oddly attracted, like, attracted to Maleficent as, like, this motherly figure.
Well,
and then they do the stupid liar revealed thing where she finds out that, oh, no, Maleficent put the curse on her. And it's like, oh, you know that they're going to resolve it.
Yeah, if there's one thing that Aurora was missing in the original, it was mother figures.
Well, actually,
oh my god! That is where I have to get to one of the definitive downgrades with this remake, and that's the fairies.
Oh, never mind. Also, real fast, we forget the fairies. Before you mention that, because when they're talking about when they're doing the real life, when they're doing the little kid version of her, that is her mother and daughter in real life.
Yeah, no, well, apparently it's because Angelina Jolie's kid was about the only person not scared of her in the makeup. So, you know.
So here's the thing. The fairies in this movie, like, they were a little ditzy in the animated one, but they still were very mature, responsible, like caring for Aurora and everything. In this movie, they're just idiots.
Ugh.
Like, they are outright incompetent. Like, Maleficent is more of a mother figure to Aurora when she still friggin' hates her than these friggin' idiot fairies.
How they gotta do my Merryweather like that?
Oh, she's not even called, they're not even called Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather in this version. Like, I don't even care to look up their names, but they are not called that in this movie. Like, and the second downgrade is Prince Philip in this version has so much less screen time, and I don't really know how to feel about that, because in the original animated version, he abruptly stops talking halfway through the movie, so it's like,
yeah.
I don't know what's worse.
Yeah, it's funny for this movie, for someone who wants to see the princess either die or asleep forever. She spends a lot of the way trying to save her life when she was a kid.
Mm-hmm. So, like, it's like, I can appreciate, like, how they pulled off the Wicked style story, but this movie, well, needless to say, this movie ain't no Wicked. So, but this one, I'll probably put above Sorcerer's Apprentice, but below 101 Dalmatians. Or, no. Actually, why did I put this above 101 Dalmatians on my list? I might have to fix that, because now that I reflect on it, yeah. Like, I think I enjoyed 101 Dalmatians more than this. But yeah, so next up, we have Cinderella. And Cinderella, like, at least in my opinion, is one of the more solid remakes.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Well,
I watched it because it was nominated for costume design, I believe, at the Oscars. And the costumes are good. The costumes are, especially, God, everything Cate Blanchett wears I want to own. I am really mad that they had to make the shoes CGI because they designed shoes that could not be worn on human feet.
Oh my.
Because how hard is that?
What's the version of this movie that had the similar that had Drew Barrymore in it? What was that called?
That's Ever After, which I love. It's desperately silly and gets funnier the more you know about French history, but I love that movie. Speaking of people who don't phone it in, my God, Angelica Houston in that movie. But
so in this movie, we find out her real name is Ella or something, like Ella or
something.
Well,
yeah, like, I think that's supposed to be accurate to, like, some versions of the story where her real name is Ella, and then Cinderella comes as like a derogative nickname.
Yeah, it's an insult because she spends her time sitting in the fireplace to keep, well, near the fireplace to keep warm, because she doesn't really have, you know, adequate clothing and bedding.
So it gets covered in, so her clothing gets covered like in soot and cinder.
Yeah. So she's Ella of the Cinders. That is a fairly well-established origin to that name.
So, yeah, like, this movie is not without its flaws. Like, I do like how they give a lot more depth to how Lady Tremaine, like, gradually, like, strips Ella's, like, role in the family down to, like, from being, like, a genuine member of the family to just a freaking manservant.
Well, maidservant, actually, but yes.
Maidservant, yeah, like, they show that much more gradually and realistically. Like, they go into that. Like, I do, like, that's a part I liked. But one of the stronger elements of the animated one for me is that the animated Lady Tremaine is a lot more cunning and a lot less blunt than her live action counterpart. Like the live action counterpart, like once Ella is her slave, she gets very like upfront about like, oh, you are not going to the ball. Like I don't want you to go. Whereas freaking the animated one, like freaking is a lot more cruel.
Oh
because because she plays with the idea that, oh, you can go, and so trying to phrase this. So in the live action one, like she's pretty blunt, like, oh, I don't want you to go. You're not gonna go to the ball. The anime one's like, yeah, sure you can go if you finish all your chores. And then the stepsister's is like, wait, why are you saying you can go? And then she's like, I said if she could finish them, like implying she's gonna keep her busy the whole time. And even when Cinderella gets a dress to go to the ball in the animated one, like Lady Tremaine's like very cunning in discovering that the dress is made of some of the stepsister stuff, and she's like cunning in pointing that out. And so the stepsisters destroy the dress like in a blind fury, basically. The live action one has her just rip the dress herself, like in her stubborn and bluntness.
Yeah. I only saw it once, but I feel as though they've stripped a lot of the nuance out of it. Like, everybody is pretty what you see is what you get, and very one-dimensional in a way that they aren't quite in the animated.
Like I said, like the opening where like she's gradually stripping Ella's role in the family down, like that's a part in the animated one that the animated movie doesn't really get into that I appreciated. But then like once she's down there, then it's kind of like one-dimensional.
Yeah. Well, the animated one doesn't show her childhood at all. So
like it only like briefly talks about it at the start.
Yeah. But yeah, no, and I mean, Cate Blanchett is clearly having a blast.
And also, I mean, the stepsisters were one of the funnier elements in the original, and they're kind of downplayed here.
Like, in both the original and in the Ever After remake, they redeemed one of the stepsisters eventually.
One of the stepsisters is redeemed in the sequels. And, I mean, Cinderella 3 is one of the more solid direct-to-video sequels, so that is what it is. But, yeah, so, some of the characters can be one-dimensional here. The animals in this movie, some of them outright look horrifying with the CGI used to create them. I'm just going to put that out there, including that giant buck that Ella has to save at one point.
It's so funny that they get so bad at animating animals. Mm-hmm. The thing Disney has been doing since the beginning.
Did the mice talk?
No, the animals do not talk here. So, I will say those are the weaker parts of the remake. The stronger parts of the remake are, like, I would say Ella's given a bit more of a character arc, and, she has a lot more development with the prince in this movie. Like, the prince is actually more of a character here. And, I thought they did the fairy godmother decently. Like, she has this quirky wit to her.
I mean, she's even if on Carter, so
yeah. And they knocked it out of the park with the set designs, the costumes, and like I feel like when they expand upon the story from the original, they did it in a pretty meaningful way. And also, this version is not a musical. So, I mean, I don't think you hear any of the classic songs in this, but, like, it still gives it its own identity from the original. And yeah, like this is one of the more solid remakes for me. Like not perfect, but yeah, this one you could put it at the top, like maybe put it at the bottom of decently good. All right.
Yeah, the only movie actually, the only song I remember from this movie is the original East Switch one is "A Dream is a Dream Wish Your Heart Makes." Because I had
A
that.
Dream is a Wish Your Heart Makes is from the original animated. I'm personally fond of Sing Sweet Nightingale, which is the one that the stepsisters are doing in their music lesson that Cinderella takes over. And of course, there's always Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo.
Oh, I forgot about that. I had the first one on a Disney CD. I had of Disney like Disney songs. I had back in my teenage 20hoods.
All right. So next up, we have the
Jungle Book
last of the Jungle Book remakes.
I've seen this one.
This is the one where they has Louis as a Gigantopithecus.
Christopher Walken as King Louis is a Gigantopithecus, which is the best part of the movie.
Okay, so I will say I was surprised by this remake, especially when we consider something that the director would work on a couple years later, but we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Oy
so, yep. So they don't remake the original Jungle Book shot for shot. They take the concept and they go in their own direction with it. Like, they do put together a relatively mature coming-of-age type story instead of, like, the original was kind of like a random events plot almost. But, yeah, so they also make Shere Khan into a stronger villain here. Like, that's not to downplay how he was in the original movie, but in the original movie, he basically doesn't show up until the end. Well, and like, but whereas this movie gives him like a constant looming presence. And
I mean, he's always there in the original. He's kind of wandering in and out and very seldom actually encounters Mowgli. But he's George Sanders and just fantastic.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to rewatch the animated one now. But yeah, like, so the live action one does make him a bit more, makes him a bit more explicitly brutal than the original because he has an on-screen body count this time. And, like, there is, like, his manipulation of, like, the other animals by trying to warn them of the dangers that humans have, noting that Mowgli's going to be just like them when he's an adult. I mean, it's kind of shallow in the end because it's not like any of the other characters really fall for it, but it does kind of tie to, like, the coming-of-age, like, character arc for Mowgli himself. And, like, in general, like, the characters in the original, they adapt them decently well into the movie's kind of more serious tone. And yeah, the CG on the animal characters is shockingly well done, which is more than what can be said for quite a few of the other remakes on here.
It's true. Favreau is such an uneven director, I find.
Did they sing the songs in this one?
It's weird because they don't have all the songs in the original, but, like, they only have, like, Bare Necessities and I Want to Be Like You, and they come out of nowhere. And in my opinion, at least, they kind of clashed with, like, the tone they were going for up to the point where they were included. It felt like they were just included because, oh, they're from the original, so it's like, oh, we have to include them.
Are you going to say we shouldn't have had Christopher Walken singing I Want to Be Like You while a CGI Gigantopithecus?
I feel mixed on that.
So they kept the songs, but they didn't put them in a good spot where the songs made sense, you're saying?
Well, what I'm saying is it feels like the movie was going for, like, an overall more serious tone, like, in that it shouldn't have been a musical.
Scarlett Johansson also did Trust in Me.
Ah, I forgot about that. I don't know if that was really a song though. Like it felt like it was more like a speech. Oh, this was a fun little trivia fact I realized when I was doing research after I watched all the Jungle Book movies. Kaa is actually supposed to be a good guy in the original story. He's not supposed to be a villain.
Was that the snake?
The snake, yeah.
Yes. I've never read Kipling because, well, no, I've read the Just So stories, but that's the only Kipling I've ever read because I have my limits. But, yeah.
I honestly know the Jungle Book characters more from Tailspin than I do the actual Jungle Book movie.
Well, okay, and like, so yeah, like overall, I thought the voice cast did a pretty good job with the material. And then, let's see, for some of the weaker stuff, like, I'm a kind of mixed on the kid who played Mowgli here. Like, there's scenes where he does okay, and then there's other scenes where he's like a little too whiny, like his delivery kind of sounds fake. Like I hate to make a comparison here, but like the fake deliveries I hear are basically the same things that people complain about Jake Lloyd in The Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
And it's not helped that there are a few scenes where like Mowgli is like kind of ADHD on what he wants. Like, so freaking. So, like, what kickstarts the plot of the movie is that Bagheera's trying to take Mowgli to the Man Village, like, to protect him from Shere Khan, like in the original. And he fully 100% agrees, like, yeah, I need to go. I want to protect my wolf family. One scene later, he's like, okay, when are we going back to the wolf family? I don't want to go to the Man Village.
And I mean, kids can be like that, but you need a little bit of story in there.
Yeah, like, I'm not, like, it's one thing to have him be like that, like, after, like, thinking, like, showing him really thinking about it, but I'm not kidding when I say one scene, he's like, yeah, I need to go to the Man Village to protect my family. I don't want to go to the Man Village. Can I go back now? One scene later.
What I would have accepted is, like, yeah, I need to go to the Man Village. Like, okay, then when am I coming back? Because he hasn't processed that it's permanent. Because that's a very little kid way of thinking.
Like, you know, one of the kids my ma used to babysit, like, she permanently moved to Florida. Yeah. And in the weeks leading, in, like, the final day we were taking care of her, and we were saying, and like my grandma and my mom were saying how much they were gonna miss her. She's straight, like, and keep in mind, she's like 3-4 years old. She's like, I'm coming back. Like, she didn't know it was permanent. Like, she couldn't process that.
Well, one of the most famous moments in my generation's TV history is when Mr. Hooper died on Sesame Street.
Right.
That's the earliest TV memory I have, is that TV memory.
Yeah. And
I don't
one
remember
of the
the
really
characters.
famous moments in it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry?
I don't remember the character. I just remember him dying. I don't remember it before that.
I remember actually, not very clearly, but I do have some memories of Mr. Hooper alive. But I'm also older than you are by a couple of years. But the thing is one of the questions Big Bird asks, or he does drawings for all of the adults. And he does one for Mr. Hooper, and they're like, well, remember we told you that Mr. Hooper died? He's like, oh, that's okay. I'll give it to him when he comes back.
And they have to explain to him that, no, he's not coming back.
Death means he's not coming back. And the thing is you can see the adults tearing up, because the reason Mr. Hooper died is that the actor who played him died.
And they were channeling their emotions about how about, like, their colleague.
Well, and not just that, but Will Lee was, by all accounts, an utter sweetheart. Like, he was apparently just the nicest man.
like my understanding is the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade the year he died, like he went there and like he was dying, and he still gave it his all for the performance.
Oh yeah, no, Will Lee was, and he was blacklisted during the Red Scare in Hollywood. Like that man was fascinating, but that's the thing is, yeah, okay, so Big Bird is not a real child. But that is a real child's reaction. When is he coming back? And so having Mowgli, like, okay, we're going to the Man Village, and then when do I come back, would have made a lot more sense. And then when he finds out he's not coming back, then he changes his mind. That gives him real motivation. And they did not do that.
No, like, honestly, the scene where he's, like, all of a sudden saying, can we go back now? Like, that would have worked much better if Bagheera, like, if he was, like, if Mowgli asked Bagheera, by the way, when am I coming back? And then Bagheera has to explain to him, well, you can't come back.
Exactly.
Like, that would have worked better, yeah.
See, this is why I need to work for Disney. Because I can fix a lot of their problems.
But, so yeah, you have moments like that, and then you get a stupid liar revealed moment when he finds out Shere Khan took over the wolf pack. And of course, like, Baloo and Bagheera were withholding that, so there's a stupid liar revealed moment with that. And then, like, the whole can Mowgli be trusted thing, because that's the whole thing a Shere Khan tries to do to manipulate everybody. Like, it doesn't really have weight, because it's like, nobody buys it for a second.
Like, he's a literal child.
Yeah. But, like, still, like, there's a lot I do appreciate about the movie. I think I would put it between the 94 version and Cinderella on the list.
Yeah.
Alright, and now the next one is Alice Through the Looking Glass.
Oh boy,
and
I have seen this one as well.
I did not like this one.
It is a hot mess.
Like, it starts out sort of meaningful, where they continue directly where the first one left off, where Alice, like, returns from her trip around the world. She comes back, and yeah, the whole reason they wanted her to marry that guy from the first movie was so that her family wouldn't lose their fortune and everything. And she comes back, surprise, she's losing everything, because the man she was supposed to marry obviously got bitter and is taking control of a lot of her assets. And so they set up, like, a little bit of intrigue at the start, and then they pretty much forget about that until the ending. Like, basically what this movie turns into is that Alice goes back to, I'm not going to call it Wonderland, because remember, it's Underland. And so she goes to Underland, and the plot diverts into, oh wait, the Mad Hatter's not happy? I'm going back in time to make him happy. That is the entire movie.
Do you want to know how much I care if Johnny Depp is happy?
Like, they take that one scene of his tragic backstory from the first movie, and they try to make a whole movie around it.
Oh god, and let's dump a whole bunch of Sacha Baron Cohen in there while we're at it.
Oddly enough, Sacha Baron Cohen was one of the only things that gave this movie life for me.
I just don't like him very much.
Fair.
So, yeah, no, like, I wanted to like this movie because, again, I like the first one more than most people do.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to say it's good, but I like it more than most people do. Like, this one, I have seen once.
Like, this movie, like, it is utterly pointless. Like, most of this movie is just getting, like, the backstory for the Mad Hatter as well as the Red and White Queens. And it's like, did we really need to learn all this when the first movie told us this well enough?
My hot take is we almost never need people's backstories.
Especially when you get enough of them, like in their original movies.
And this movie right here is the first one that's not a remake, but it's
a sequel to a remake.
It's
well,
a
actually,
sequel
that's
to a
wrong.
remake.
102 Dalmatians came first.
But
So,
no, but wasn't there actually 102 Dalmatians animation?
Here's the thing.
Book.
Well, here's the thing. 102 Dalmatians predates the animated sequel, and the two are nothing alike.
Okay.
Also, there is a sequel book, but boy, it has nothing to do with the plot as described here, because there are a lot more aliens in it.
Yeah, I knew about the sequel book, but I knew they did make an animated version of it.
Like, the thing with Alice Through the Looking Glass is that frickin' even when they introduce a conflict where it's found that Alice is literally destroying time because of what she's doing, I did not feel anything.
No.
Like, legit. And it felt like a lot of the actors in this were just phoning it in, and it really sucks that this was Alan Rickman's last role before his death.
I know. Oh.
And, like, again, the only actor who I felt like was kind of trying was Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yeah, no, he was trying. He was definitely trying, but also he was trying my patience, so there was that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Alan Rickman is definitely on the list of why couldn't it have been something else?
I
for
mean,
a final movie.
Yeah, and I mean, this movie didn't have any favors done for it because Johnny Depp's like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard controversy erupted around the time this movie was coming out.
Yeah, and regardless of what you believe when it comes to that, and I have my feelings, but I'm not getting into them here, he still doesn't come out of that looking good.
I mean,
like, even if you believe he's fully innocent, he still doesn't look great in retrospect.
I mean, not to get into my opinions on that. My understanding of that situation is that neither party was really innocent, but that's a whole different can of worms.
There. Like, he's a lot more guilty than public consciousness will have you believe.
Okay.
But even if you somehow don't accept that, his wine bill alone.
I mean, when you consider the fact that 1 year after this, he would be in Pirates of the Caribbean 5, and that movie, it felt like he filmed that entire movie while drunk on his ass. Yeah, I believe it.
And the thing is I'm that weird person who likes the third one best. No, in fact, it did not. No, quite the opposite. But, like, I like the third Pirates movie best. I'm the only person on Earth who thinks that. But even I haven't seen the fifth one.
Yeah, like, I like the third one myself, but yeah, the fifth one and the fourth one are not worth it.
The fifth one is just the next generation.
Yeah, there is some legit stupid writing in the fifth one. But anyways, that's changing subjects. So yeah, Alice Through the Looking Glass, I did not like.
I'm gonna say don't waste your time. That's where I would put
it. Honestly, yeah, I would put it. I put it beneath 102 Dalmatians because 102 Dalmatians at least had Glenn Close being unhinged.
Yeah, like it. What bracket do you put it in? Because I've got it.
Oh,
bottom tier.
Yeah, don't waste your time. You can put it at the top of there. Yeah. So yeah, next we have Pete's Dragon, which you're not going to find on here because it's not a remake of a fully animated movie. It's a remake of a hybrid movie.
I have actually written about this one.
I think I remember
for Media Magpies not that long ago.
Yeah, I remember seeing this one, but I barely remember seeing the original, the cartoon version. I barely remember.
I love the original.
Like, I had to watch the original for the first time right before I started this binge, just because I knew I wanted to include this remake on here. So, yeah, like, I watched the original, and I mean, I thought it was charming. And the thing with the remake is that it does justify its, like, the original I thought was charming, but ultimately I just kind of thought, it's fine. But, so, the remake, I also think is just kind of fine. Like, I do like that it justifies its existence because, for one, it's one of those remakes that takes the concept and runs in a wildly different direction.
It's not a remake. That's my take on this movie. It's not a remake. It's a different story that has the same name and also a dragon.
Like, I think the term you could probably use is reimagining.
I would go with reimagining, but I fully reject it as a remake because a remake should have similar plot and characters.
Yeah, like it goes in a like so the original is like in the early 1900s and it's I mean it's like one of those classic Disney musicals like the premise is that Elliot is protecting Pete from like getting from like various figures like there's these hillbillies that are trying to take Pete into slavery and then like there's this quack of a doctor who has this weird P.T. Barnum energy to him, which made me think he was a show business dude. And he wants to harvest Elliot for like quack medicine for like snake oil, basically, or whatever.
It was a medicine show. That was a thing in that era. You'd have these guys go to because this was before the Food and Drug Administration existed. So you'd have these guys who were going around the country selling completely quack remedies and booking it from town before anybody could catch them and string them up. And they would put on this huge flashy show to get you to buy their stuff. And Doc Terminus from the original is very much in that tradition. Yeah. You know, and he's got his stooge who plays all of the sick people.
Yeah.
It's a fine old tradition. But it is true that Pete's Dragon, the original, has 3 or 4 things in them that you have to know a certain amount about turn of the last century history to fully appreciate. Like the situation Pete is in.
Yeah.
At that time, there were a lot of children, some of whom were orphans and some of whom were not, who were literally basically sold into slavery to provide them with a better life, allegedly, but basically they were being worked half to death on random farms or in random factories.
So recently I played a video game called Mafia: The Old Country. And that game's story involves child slaves in Italy, where parents would sell their kids into slavery to try and pay off debts.
Yeah.
And I think there was a term for them. I think in Carusi was the term. And yeah, basically those kids were sent into basically the mines, and their conditions were absolutely horrid. And that continued almost into the 1950s when it was finally outlawed.
Yeah, there's which I assume you haven't, because when we were growing up, it very much would have been labeled girls' books. But if you've ever read the books of Ellen Montgomery, who wrote Anne of Green Gables, there are characters in a lot of her books that are called home children. And they are basically enslaved children who are working on farms.
Yeah.
And in the last couple of books in the Anne series, we encounter one who is just being horrifically abused in the home that she's been living in, and she runs away, and that's how she enters the story, is having run away from a horrific home situation where she was somebody's slave.
Yeah. But yeah, so the Pete's Dragon remake doesn't do that.
No.
So the way Pete meets Elliot is that his parents die in a car crash that he survives, and the reason why he names Elliot is because it's after a character in a storybook he was reading at the time of the crash. And they move the setting, I think it's like either the late 70s or like sometime in the 80s. And
give me a second and I'll let you know on that. Keep going.
Yeah, so they do give it like, so the plot they give is like I did have a hard time kind of getting attached to the plot here, but I mean, the actors like Bryce Dallas Howard, Robert Redford, they're certainly trying.
Yes. They didn't skip on the cast.
Yeah, so the whole thing here is that like Elliot's like sort of an urban legend in the town. Like one of the kind of sort of villains in this movie wants to capture Elliot, like to prove the urban legend, get fame from it. And like there's sort of like a deforestation message they try, but they don't really linger on it too much. I will say they knock it out of the park with the cinematography and the soundtrack. Like they make like Elliot like into a very majestic creature in this.
Yeah, the car accident happens in 1977, which is when the original movie was made.
Ah, so that's an Easter egg. And then I think it's the early 80s because they flash forward like 5 years, I think.
He's been running around in the woods for 6 years.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like a lot of the movie's execution, like it's a fine movie, like it gets the job done on the story and everything. It's just that I found myself having it, like I just didn't think it was like anything special, like I guess you could say.
I found the movie flat.
Yeah.
That was my whole take on the subject. Aside from it not being a remake, it just... Pete was a cipher. Elliot was basically just a big dog in this version. He doesn't have the personality he has in the original.
Yeah, like the original, it flat out implies that like he helps kids like Elliot all the time, and like when Elliot's
that's his
like
job.
Yeah, like so once Elliot's like fine and safe, he has to move on to another needy kid.
And this one is just a creature that lives in the Pacific Northwest because we have dragons around here. We just aren't telling you guys.
Yeah, that was one thing I was kind of mixed on with the remake. That when they find that Elliot they find other dragons just like Elliot, and it's like, oh, we have to say bye to you now. Oh, except now we can visit you whenever we want. Like, whereas when Elliot says goodbye in the original, it is goodbye.
Yeah, there's real pathos in the original. Because on the one hand, Pete's happy now. He's got this life. He's got a family. He's not in danger anymore. And he's not going to be, worked to death. But he has to say goodbye to his best friend. And it's like, well, yay, I'm happy that another kid is going to be helped. But on the other hand, I'm never going to see my best friend again.
Yes.
And a little Robert Redford, much as I like Robert Redford, does not make up for that.
Yeah. So this one, I have to put, like, where did I rank this? Like, I think I put it above Maleficent, but beneath 101 Dalmatians.
Where would you put it if you had a choice?
I'm going to let you do most of the rankings because you've seen more of the movies than I have, but also my feeling about this movie is notorious among my friends.
Well,
because this one is pretty popular.
It is. I've got a lot of friends who really like it and don't understand how I can possibly like the original so much better.
Yeah.
But you, if it was on the list, you'd put it. You don't care, or
I would. I mean, I wouldn't call the category that, but it is wait you exist territory for me. I really don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you put it where you want to. I'm not going to argue.
Yeah, I put it beneath 101 Dalmatians and above Maleficent. So at least that's me. So okay, so now we get to where the remakes really attained infamy. Beauty and the Beast.
Yes.
Was this before or after she was in the Noah's Ark movie?
What?
After which?
Noah's Ark.
Oh gosh.
The Noah Ark remake where she was one of the wives of the kids.
The one that Dr. Kip really likes. The Noah? With Russell Crowe?
I think so.
So that was 2014.
So definitely after then. I know this was post her Harry Potter career.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. What's funny is she's not really hugely into acting particularly, but she keeps doing it anyway. This was after Noah by 3 years.
So how I see this movie. How close was it to the original?
So it's Beauty and the Beast is a start of a trend with these remakes where they are almost shot for shot remakes with two key differences. Number one, the performances and execution are generally inferior, with maybe an exception or two. And number two, the movie pads itself out to take what was originally an 80-minute movie and it extends it to 2.5 hours.
Yes, this movie is objectively too long. This is another one of the ones I've seen.
And here's the thing, and this is not the only remake guilty of this. It felt like, oh, we have this movie that was barely cracked 90 minutes. Now we have to make it over 2 hours just because it's required. How do we hit 2 hours? I don't know. Make shit up. And it's like the material they use to pad it out the extra hour just adds nothing.
It's
most of what they do is they pad out scenes from the original with more dialogue, over explaining things. Then, let's see, they add a bunch of new scenes that just mean nothing. There's this one scene where Belle's trying to teach a girl how to read just so they can hammer in, oh, Belle can read? That's weird. Something that the opening song established just fine. Then there's an entirely pointless scene where Gaston takes Maurice to look for Beast Castle, leaves Maurice for dead, and then the Enchantress appears out of nowhere to rescue Maurice, brings him back to the village, and it's like nothing happened.
Yeah, I did not like this movie. This is why I stopped watching these, because this was considered one of the good ones, and I did not like it.
This is one of the few I saw in theaters only because the family really wanted to see it, and I had to see it because of that. And it's the added material brings nothing. Yeah, they extend a little, they pad out Belle knowing how to read, but it's not like the townsfolk ever bring it up again after the point where it's relevant, and they still don't explain the Enchantress beyond the one scene where she just randomly shows up to save Maurice. And yeah, they also factor in Belle's mom into the backstory where she dies in a plague. And it's not like her mom ever factors in outside that one random backstory scene. And Also, another thing, they recreate the songs from the original. They also add in their own original songs. And in a recurring trend, the original songs they make for the movie are very jarring and out of place. Like, you can tell that they were not in the original, and like they feel like they were made for a different movie.
Now, Lex the Real, this takes place in France too, right?
Yeah, yeah. This takes place in France. Yeah.
Do you know what years? Around what year this is?
I'm not sure.
It's never really established what year it is because, frankly, it's not.
Okay, like, if I had to guess, like, it's probably 17 or 1800s because during like the flashback to Belle's mom, you see a plague doctor, and then when Gaston fights the bees, he uses a flintlock pistol.
Well, that had to be before the 1800s because by then there were no nobility in France.
Well, I don't really think there's nobility.
The flashback or the fashion is fairly mid to late 18th century, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's when it's set because no one ever cares.
The history buff of me is wondering who was the king of France in this time period.
I'm going to go out on a limb and guess he was named Louis. Oh, you care about French history? Name 14 kings of France.
I can name 17.
Okay,
it's a joke because just Louis.
Like, when it comes to the cast in this movie, because this again has a pretty stacked cast.
They put a lot of work into the cast. That is something I will say about these movies.
Like, that's the thing. Like, most of the cast in this movie, like, some of them try, but really most of them do not capture the energy of the original. Like, Emma Watson kind of tries, but like she doesn't carry that same level of emotion that Paige O'Hara did in the original. And I was not a big fan of her singing.
She's not a very good singer, and I say this liking Emma Watson quite a lot.
Like, then Dan Stevens as the Beast, I don't think he had the same level of power to his voice that Robbie Benson, the original voice, had. Like, he tries, but like when he's being angry and awkward, like it just comes out as more flat to me.
Petulant.
Yeah,
no, I'm an unabashed Robbie Benson fan. So there are very few of us. So no, he's not. He's no Robbie Benson.
Yeah, like, by the way, somebody in chat is quoting Phaelus, and I approve. So, she's completely useless now. Okay, so Kevin Kline plays Maurice. He was forgettable. Josh Gad was sort of there as LeFou.
I don't really like Josh Gad, so that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, Olaf and everything. So
how did they do the inanimate objects?
Okay, so Ewan McGregor, like, he tries as Lumiere, but like he does. Like, I thought Jerry Orbach was just way better.
I mean, of course he was.
I keep. Okay, hang on a sec. Emma Thompson plays Mrs. Potts. It honestly just sounded like she was trying to imitate Angela Lansbury.
Well, they had worked together before.
Okay, fair. And then the kid who plays Chip in this movie, he did not come off as childlike to me. And then, okay, so there are two performances well, there's only one performance in this that I thought was pretty good, and that was Luke Evans as Gaston. Like, I thought he sold Gaston pretty well.
Incidentally, the answer to how they did the inanimate objects is nightmare fuel.
Ah, yes, the CG. So, yeah, Luke Evans as Gaston was like the one standout of the cast. Like, he can sing, he sold Gaston's arrogant, heartless nature, and like that whole ladies' man thing he had going. Ironic, because I think, isn't Luke Evans gay?
I don't know.
I thought he was, so, but still, like,
I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. I'm looking.
Well, whatever the case, he sold the performance as Gaston like really well. And another actor I wanted to cut some slack was Ian McKellen, who plays Cogsworth. And the thing but that's just because I can't bring myself to hate Ian McKellen in whatever he's in. So. And yeah, credit where it's due. They do their best to recreate like all the set pieces and like costume designs in live action. Like, I mean, yeah, the castle staff, the CG on them looks weird, and I'm not sure how to feel about the CG on the Beast, but
yes, Luke Evans is gay.
Yeah, I figured. I thought I read that. So, but yeah, so, like the translation of the Beast and the castle staff and the live action, like, it looks weird at best, but, like, at the same time, they probably couldn't have done a better job, because this is the kind of thing where animation was, like, the big way to do it. And then when it comes to
anything in animation that could be done better in live action.
Mm-hmm. And again, like, some of the song recreations from the original, like Gaston, the mob song, funny enough, both of those are Gaston songs, and Luke Evans is the one singing. So, yeah, like, it's basically just the animated movie, except it's soulless, it's padded out, and its only reason for existing is just to make money off people's nostalgia.
And if there's somebody you like who's in that movie, they've done something better, go watch that instead.
Mm-hmm.
So would this be okay, I guess, or honestly, I don't care, or even worse?
I mean, I would probably put it in Wait You Exist, because in a similar fashion to, well, matter of fact, put 102 Dalmatians down to Don't Waste Your Time. Yeah, above Alice Through the Looking Glass. So, yeah, so the reason I put Beauty and the Beast down there is because, yeah, it's popular at the time of the release. Like, it makes its money at the box office, nostalgia goggles, everything. But then after the theatrical release window, it's like people go straight back to the animated one. They don't care about the live action one.
Oh, and they made LeFou gay. Let's not forget that.
Oh, yeah. LeFou is one of the various Disney's first gay characters.
Because he hooks up with a male member of the household at the end of the movie.
Yes, in a scene so quick that they were able to edit it out for the international markets that wouldn't have approved, as usual.
Literally blink and you'll miss it.
Like, gay that makes sense, or get this to put in there?
Like, he survives, and we are going to pretend that he wasn't responsible for anything Gaston did, and he gets a happy ending with a male character.
Yeah. But yeah, that's Beauty and the Beast. So next up, this movie being on here might be controversial, because technically it's not a remake of anything, but
I keep telling myself I'm going to get around to that.
And so it's not a remake of anything, but it's often lumped in with the live action remakes just because it's associated with the animated movies. And yeah, honestly, I agree with its inclusion here because it's honestly the best movie of this entire set, and that's Christopher Robin.
Yes.
So, yeah, what this movie really is kind of a continuation of like the animated movies. Like in a sense, anyway. Like the thing to keep in mind, like for those who don't know, Christopher Robin was a real person. He was the son of the author of the Pooh books.
A.A. Milne.
Yeah. And the thing to keep in mind is while there are some parallels, like how the character Christopher Robin and the real Christopher Robin were like World War II veterans, like there's some parallels there, but really this is Christopher Robin, the character they tell the story of. It's not really a representation of the real Christopher Robin, who really wanted to disassociate himself from the Pooh books. Even though he opened a bookstore where he often had to talk to people who liked the Pooh books.
And in this movie, they had all the three main actors are heavy hitters. They have Obi-Wan Kenobi, Peggy from Captain America, and I forget the girl's name, but she's a lot of stuff too. Who's the daughter? Who was the daughter?
I'm looking it up.
Had
to put down my sewing.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is.
But yeah, I remember her from some other stuff too.
So yeah, like the thing with Christopher Robin is I still think there's parts of it that are a bit iffy. Like there's parts that drag a bit. Like maybe the emotional weight could have been heavier, like going more into Christopher Robin's relationship with his family, going more into why he was fixated on his work at the expense of Pooh and friends and his family. And I do not know how to feel about how most of the regular Pooh cast gets replaced with British celebrities. Like, especially because their voices, like, I mean, some of them, like the voice they got for Rabbit, the voice for Kanga, those are fine. But then Piglet sounds like nothing like he should.
Toby Jones as Owl.
Yeah, Owl, I thought Owl's voice was off. And
I like Toby Jones a lot, and no.
It was originally gonna be worse. Originally, Jim Cummings did not reprise Tigger. They were gonna get Chris O'Dowd for the part.
Oh no!
But then thankfully during production they realized that was too far, and they had Jim Cummings do the voice.
And yet they got Brad Garrett for Eeyore.
Well, Brad Garrett, that's funny because this was not his first time voicing Eeyore. Like, he had voiced him in other material before. Yeah.
We're going to go with British celebrities and also Brad Garrett.
And, yeah, so, at the very least, they had Jim Cummings for Pooh and Tigger. And, Brad Garrett playing Eeyore, he at least does the voice as it should be. And, but some of the celebrity voices I was not a fan of. But still, the movie is pretty effective in showing how childhood innocence transitions to adulthood. And, adulthood has a lot more responsibility and stress to come with it. It's you still can't forget to make time for enjoying life, especially with, those who you care about. And I did like some of the emotional moments between Christopher Robin and Pooh. Pooh's Grand Adventure is one of those direct-to-video Pooh movies that I thought was great, and I got some vibes from watching this.
Yeah, I love the part where he sees him. At first, he starts freaking out, when he first sees Pooh again.
The girl who played Madeline Robin is on Andor as Mon Mothma's daughter.
Okay.
Bronte Carmichael.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Well,
So,
I haven't watched Andor yet either, but if people want to know where they might know her from, Haley Atwell, who plays Evelyn Robin, is
Peggy Carter.
Captain Carter from Captain America, and her I like.
So yeah, like, I thought this movie had like an engaging story to it. Like, I mean, again, some of the execution's a bit iffy, but I will say this was a more dignified way to close out the Pooh movies before the franchise went public domain, and of course you got all those knockoff horror movies and everything.
Oh yeah, this came out right before the Blood and Honey, didn't it?
A couple of years before, I think. But yeah, like freaking this was more dignified than the 2011 Winnie the Pooh movie, which I have my feelings about, especially with how Disney corporate handled it. But
Disney corporate mishandled it so badly.
This was 2018, 2019. I can't remember.
This was 2018.
Okay, because I know it was right before the pandemic, right? A year or two.
A year before the pandemic.
Technically, the Disney versions of the characters are still owned by Disney. If your Pooh has a red shirt, then he's a Disney Pooh and you cannot use him. Naked Pooh, have at.
And that's funny because that's the same rule with Mickey. The Steamboat Willie version of Mickey is public domain, but like the modern incarnation of the character is still owned by Disney.
Yes, I do every January, the first Wednesday in January, I do a roundup of the year in public domain. So I keep track of these things.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, that's all I really have to say about Christopher Robin. I mean, screw it. Freaking, I mean, realistically, it gets decently good, but I mean, if you had to if there was one movie to go in absolute cinema, you know what? Yeah, fine.
It is the only one on this list that I keep telling myself I should get around to.
Like, Christopher Robin is one of the only movies on here that is worth it. Not really a remake of anything, but you know what? It deserves to have that label simply for how it's one of the only movies that's worth a damn on here.
That one of the 3 movies that you might actually want to rewatch later.
Yeah. So, anyways, next up, we finally reach the next half star, Dumbo.
Dumbo, one of the shortest movies in the Disney canon.
Yeah, Dumbo. I said this in the original episode that talked about the animated version. The animated Dumbo was already a movie I did not hold in super high regard. Like, I could still sum it up in one sentence. Like, imagine I'm reading a bedtime story to a kid rapid fire because I have to run out to work really quick. Baby Elephant is sad, but now he knows how to fly. He's not sad anymore. The end.
I think the original Dumbo was a product of its was also probably a product of its time.
My summary of the original Dumbo is, why hasn't this circus gotten sued?
Yeah. So, yeah, like, the thing with this remake, not only do they have that paper-thin story from a movie that barely cracked an hour long, of course they expand it to 2 hours. And you know what they do? They not only expand it to 2 hours, they only had an hour of material to adapt, and guess what? They speed run that material in like the first half hour.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
And yeah, like, the only reason that I think people remember the original one is, well, Baby Mine, Pink Elephant sequence, and just the fact that it's a Disney animated movie from the time that showcased what animation could do.
Also, it was one of the first Disney movies released on VHS. Which means a lot of us saw it many, many times.
During the era where they were very hesitant to put animated movies on VHS.
Yeah. And apparently RKO wanted them to stretch it another 10 minutes, and Disney said, no, that's as far as I can stretch it. You can stretch a thing so far, and then it won't hold. The picture is right as it is, and another 10 minutes is liable to cost $500,000. I can't afford it.
Especially because Pinocchio did not do well in its original box office run.
No,
and they were strapped for cash.
Disney was really broke. People forget about that, but Disney used to be really broke.
Yeah, like, part of the reason that Saludos Amigos happened was because they needed World War II propaganda to get South America on the side of the Allies, and
the government paid for Saludos Amigos.
Yeah, like, they had to go down Saludos Amigos was them going down to South America, ostensibly to look for material to make movies out of, but really, they were just kind of wooing over, he was taking whatever work he could get, and that included propaganda work.
The Good Neighbor program, it was called. People should watch Walt and El Grupo if they have not.
And, yeah, so the thing with the remake of Dumbo, it stomps all over the merits the original had, and it replaces it with, like, kind of sanitized, generic, and outright boring material. Like, again, they take what was originally an hour's worth of material, they rush through it, and then they add in an hour and a half of fluff that just doesn't mean anything.
And the moral of today's story is stop letting Tim Burton do Disney.
Oh, believe me, that's not going to happen anymore. Tim Burton hated working on Dumbo. He swore off working with Disney ever again. He almost quit filmmaking because of this movie.
And it was so worth it.
And it took Wednesday and Beetlejuice for him to regain love for his craft. So, yeah, but this movie nearly killed Tim Burton's career. So, yeah, so the movie starts out in a similar fashion to the original. Remember, Dumbo is not his real name. It's really Jumbo Jr., right?
Yep.
And in the original, he gains the name Dumbo. Like, when he's first born, like, the other elephants see his ears, they're like, what? Jumbo? he should be called Dumbo.
The other elephants are really mean.
Oh, you are going, like, fucking the insane troll logic in this fucking movie with the name Dumbo. So, here's the thing. So, anyways, before I get to, you know what, I need to actually get into that right now because this is fucking stupid. So, the way he gets the name Dumbo here, well, obviously the animals don't talk in this version. So, they parade Dumbo out into the circus, and, like, he's, like, wearing a bonnet that's, like, concealing his ears. And then, through hijinks, frickin' his big ears are revealed to the crowd. It's the crowd of humans that christen him Dumbo, and as if you didn't already get the frickin' point, so there's a sign on Dumbo's float that says, "Dear Baby Jumbo." Well, after the hijinks, the sign gets ruined, and the sign gets ruined, and, like, some of the letters fall off to where it reads, "Ear Baby Dumbo." It, like, "Dear Baby Jumbo" becomes "Ear Baby Dumbo. And it gets fucking worse than that. So obviously, Mrs. Jumbo causes an accident trying to protect her baby. And it's a little worse in this version because I think she just causes injuries in the original. Here, she kills someone.
No, I think in the original one, she spanks a child.
She does. She gets that obnoxious little bastard who keeps pulling on Dumbo's ears and spanks him. And good on her as far as I'm concerned.
Well, in the remake, it's like this this drunk carny who's like abusing Dumbo, and freaking she outright kills him in this remake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question: at the beginning of the movie, did the stork deliver Dumbo and the other baby animals?
What?
In the
Mr.
original one,
Stork.
a stork delivered all the babies.
No. Like, he's naturally born here. And so, yeah. So, do you care to know the reason why the Dumbo name sticks in this version? Believe me, it is insane troll logic.
Sure.
So, there's a lot more focus on human characters in this movie. So you have Colin Farrell playing like this disabled war veteran from he's missing an arm from World War I believe. And you have his kids, including a daughter played by Nico Parker. So Nico Parker's like the main kid of the two. And I will just say, I did not believe this was the same woman who would later play Sarah in Last of Us HBO, because Nico Parker has no fucking emotion in this movie at all. This entire fucking movie, she is so blank-faced, has no emotion to her voice. Like, yeah. So what happens is, like, after Mrs. Jumbo is taken away, they're trying to comfort Dumbo, obviously, and she's like, oh, we can't call him Jumbo Jr. anymore. That'll make him think of his mom.
Oh, for the love of gods!
What? We're gonna call you Dumbo. Yeah! The name he was verbally abused with!
Wow! You know, I knew I didn't want to see this movie.
Yeah! It is freaking infuriating. The writing in this.
But this is still better. You said, in your opinion, this is still better than that other Jungle Book movie?
Yeah, because this movie at least has Danny DeVito. Yeah, the one member of the human cast that, like, so the hour and a half of fluff they add is that Michael Keaton shows up, and Michael Keaton runs, like, this whimsical theme park circus, and he wants Dumbo to be a part of it. Frickin', and basically they go there, they waste time at this theme park circus for a while, and frickin', they eventually find out Mrs. Jumbo is being kept here, so they stage a breakout. And yeah, like Nico Parker and Colin Farrell and all of them, they stage a breakout. And yeah, so it's just fluff. So yeah, Michael Keaton, I did not care for in this movie. Colin Farrell, I did not care for in this movie. And not to mention, Michael Keaton wears one of the worst wigs I've ever seen in this movie.
Poor Michael Keaton.
Yeah. The only human cast member I really cared for in this movie was Danny DeVito.
Did he play the ringmaster?
He plays the ringleader of the original circus Dumbo's a part of. So, yeah, like, Danny DeVito is the only one who actually tries in this movie. Like, he gives much-needed energy. Like, and that's even getting past, like, the other insane troll logic. Like, the reason why Dumbo goes to Michael Keaton's circus is because Danny DeVito's circus is struggling, in particular because, frickin', after Dumbo's ears were displayed, frickin', they were suddenly losing business because people thought Dumbo was stupid. And I'm thinking, in the era not long after P.T. Barnum, didn't people go to see things like that?
Freak shows were a thing.
Yeah. So yeah, like even before, like I mean, Mrs. Jumbo, the accident Mrs. Jumbo causes that gives them staying power for like Danny DeVito's financial struggles. But even before that, Dumbo's mere presence was apparently causing it. And yeah, so yeah, Danny DeVito at least, like, I mean, he gives his usual energy to it, like, and it sucks because he plays less and less of a role as the movie goes on. And the only other human cast member that I got mild amusement out of, we get a surprise cameo from Michael Buffer in this movie. If you don't know, Michael Buffer is like a famous ring announcer for like boxing, I think.
He's the Let's Get Ready to Rumble guy.
Yeah, and in this movie he does, let's get ready for Dumbo!
Of course he freaking does.
Of course.
So since the animals don't talk, there's no. What was his name? Timothy the mouse.
He's in the movie as Nico Parker's pet, but he like does nothing.
There's no. I probably no Jim Crows either.
Oh, there's no crows in the movie. No.
I have such complicated feelings about those crows.
Well, they were probably excluded for that reason.
Oh, they were definitely excluded for the racial reasons, but also like I still have complicated feelings.
Did they do the drunk scene?
They do the pink elephants, but it's just part of Michael Keaton's show. They just blow bubbles, and those are the pink elephants. That's it.
Oh, so they're not drunk.
No, they're not drunk. And yeah, like literally the characters in this are so flat. Literally, Colin Farrell is just dad with one arm. Michael Keaton is evil theme park owner. Nico Parker is girl who likes science, and she has blank face the entire movie. Like, you can argue that they try to do, like, social commentary about the treatment of circus animals, but it barely ever comes up, to the point where the original says the same thing without trying.
I always think it's funny how Walt loved circuses. And if you watch the circus-themed stuff the studio made during Walt's lifetime, it's all secretly about how shady circuses are.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like, the only other thing I can say they didn't screw up with this movie is their rendition of Baby Mine is okay. The original is way better, but they did okay with the version here.
You shouldn't be able to screw up that song.
And to their credit, they didn't, so... But yeah, this movie was a train wreck. Like, this is one of those movies that, like, when a movie gets me worked up because of how bad it is, it gets to me ranting in, like, a group chat, or, like, But yeah, like, I was warned about how bad this was, but yeah, like, so yeah, you are right on the dot putting Dumbo on the bottom of Don't Waste Your Time. So, okay. Next up, we have Aladdin. And Aladdin was one of those where I was very hesitant because I do hold the original movie in high regard. But
indeed you should, because...
Yeah. And I will be fair and say it's inferior to the original, very clearly, but I will be fair and say they didn't fuck it up.
Didn't they turn this movie into a Bollywood movie eventually?
I don't know. Like, so I don't know how to describe that, but I will say this movie is an overall straight retelling of the original. They do add in just enough deviations to help it stand on its own. Namely, the big thing they do is they give Jasmine a lot more to do. And it helps that she's played by Naomi Scott here, and Naomi Scott owns it. like, they add one original song to this version, and I will be fair and say, because of how they remix the songs from the original, the new song they add for Naomi Scott does fit in pretty well with the others, and it helps that Naomi Scott is a very good singer. And then we have Will Smith as Genie, and they did play it smart, at least, where he knew damn well not to copy Robin Williams. He kind of brought Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and energy to his performance. That's the best way to describe it.
That was just before or after the slap?
Before.
Oh, well before.
Yeah. And, yeah, like, it does kind of work, what Will Smith does. Like, he makes Genie his own character. Obviously, nobody's topping Robin Williams' Genie, but Will Smith does make it his own character. And another thing, and again, going back to the soundtrack, like, they have actually pretty solid renditions of all the classic songs. So, yes. Like, still, again, this does fall beneath the animated one. Like, I appreciate some of the deviations, like how they give Jasmine more developed character and everything.
They cast an Egyptian guy as Aladdin.
I believe they did, yes.
They did. So, that's good. Though,
yeah.
The original story is actually set in China, but never mind.
But anyways, so there are bits of sloppy writing here. So Aladdin has like 2 thieving adventures at the start of the animated one, where like the first one is like his first song, like where he steals a loaf of bread, and that's when he like encounters like one of the stuck-up princes that they're trying to give to Jasmine to marry. And then the second sequence is and then the second sequence is when Jasmine sneaks into the city, and that's when Aladdin meets her and everything. Well, they combined both of those into one for the remake. And, like, the execution is, like, a little bit sloppy because, like, the whole thing with the original is that when Aladdin meets Jasmine, Jasmine doesn't even learn his name. And that kind of comes back into the whole Prince Ali thing, where Aladdin's just kind of hoping that Jasmine doesn't recognize him. Whereas in the remake, they spend considerably more time together, and she does learn his name. So, like, when he comes back doing the whole Prince Ali thing, it's like she's kind of an idiot not to recognize him right away.
Is it like Superman or Sailor Moon type thing where they show the face with the magic or something, like the glasses, like
I guess.
Like you're wearing glasses.
And then there's the another example I could bring up is how Aladdin gets a freebie wish from the Cave of Wonders. So in the original animated movie, so obviously when Aladdin gets out of the Cave of Wonders, he basically tricks Genie into giving him a free wish by basically saying, you know what? I don't believe this Genie is so powerful. He probably can't even get us out of this cave. And then Genie gets offended by that, gets him out of there, and then tries to tell him he's down by one wish. And then Aladdin has to explain to him, well, I never wished to get out of the cave. You did that on your own.
Wish that.
I didn't actually wish to get out of the cave. You did that on your own. But here's the thing. The remake, he does wish to get out of the cave, and you want to know the logic of why the wish doesn't count?
I'm afraid, yeah.
The logic of why the wish doesn't count is because it wasn't Aladdin who rubbed the lamp, it was Abu. Even though Aladdin was still the one who said, I wish.
So that means Genie. That means Abu's the real master, I guess.
I guess. But even then, that's a small scene. Like, obviously, insane troll logic could be way worse, as we learned with Dumbo. But, so, yeah, like, then there's other things, like when Jafar becomes a sorcerer, like, because they couldn't do, like, Jafar as a giant snake or a genie or like any of that convincingly in live action. Jafar barely does anything when he becomes a sorcerer as a result. And yeah, they cast an Egyptian guy to play Aladdin. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name here.
Mena, I believe.
Mena Masood?
Mena Massoud.
Okay, so I'm a little bit mixed on his performance as Aladdin. Like, sometimes he does it perfectly, and then other times he doesn't. Like, there, you know the scene from the original where, like, Aladdin goes back on his promise to free Genie from the lamp because he's overwhelmed with responsibility about becoming, like, the Prince of Agrabah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the remake, he doesn't really give off that vibe of being overwhelmed with responsibility. Instead, he gives off more of a vibe that he's like a cocky jerk who wants to stay in with the cool kids. Even though ostensibly it's for the same reason as the original. But
yeah, I have not watched this version because I don't want to, but my kids like it. So, I guess that's something.
Like, my sister likes this remake. I mean,
have your kids seen both? Your kids like the original too, or he's seen the original?
They had never seen the original. Somehow their father and I have failed them. But I did show it to Zane, and he quite likes the original and understands why I don't want to watch the remake, because Robin Williams. Like, let me unpack to you all of my feelings about Robin Williams. Do you have an hour? And he's like, I really don't, Mom. Thank you.
But yeah, I mean, still, Aladdin is one of the more solid remakes, if only because some of the execution, like the musical numbers, like the cinematography, some of the performances is like making it sort of its own thing. It is one of the more solid remakes for me. You can put it, where did I rank it? Put it above 101 Dalmatians on okay, I guess. Just move 100. You can move 101 down.
Yeah, Alma, you're quite right about lore-accurate genies who are not as cool and fun and friendly as the Robin Williams version. More, I will squish you like bug.
So you're telling me Fairly Odd Parents had a genie that was more lore accurate, because that's exactly what a genie in that show does.
One of the stories in Arabian Nights is about a fisherman who accidentally releases a genie, and the genie, rather than giving him wishes, threatens to kill him, because initially he was going to give wish. He'd been trapped there for so long that he is beyond giving wishes, and it's just to the part where he's so angry he decided he was going to kill the first person he saw, which would be the person who released him. And it's a fisherman who fishes up this lamp or whatever it is, tricks him back into it by saying he doesn't believe the genie ever fit in there.
They did something, that killing thing. They did this. They did the same thing in the Charm series, where one of the witches released a genie for free, but they had to switch places with the genie.
I don't watch Charmed. Charmed is very frustrating for pagans.
Okay, so that's it for Aladdin, and now we get to one of the more infuriating remakes. I did not give this one a half star, but I came very damn close.
It's not live action, and this is a hill I will die on. I don't care what Disney says.
It's not. but it's lumped in with the live-action remake, so I have to put it here.
No, I know. Disney insists it's live action. It is not an animated movie, says Disney. Disney are dirty, dirty liars.
Like, what can I say about the air quotes live action Lion King that other people haven't said already? Like,
I think I've already done a full episode on this movie alone.
It's like freaking this movie. Like, we can go, like, I showed a comparison shot of like Simba, like when the stampede occurs, like you have Simba's look of horror in the original, and then in the remake it's just a blank face.
Yeah. They did so much, and again, I haven't seen it, but from the clips I've seen, they were capable of doing so much more with 2D hand-drawn animation back in the 90s.
Jungle Book remake had more expressive CG animals than this movie does.
I think,
yeah.
from what I've heard, the two major people hate about this is they cut out the Scar's song, and they replace it with.
They don't cut out Be Prepared. They like cut it in half. Like, Be Prepared is still in the movie, but like it's missing half the lyrics, and it doesn't have the same like impact as like the original did.
Do they keep the Nazi iconography?
Nope.
Well, then what's the point?
And then they replaced it with a 5-minute thing of hair and poop.
Like
Simba's hair floating around, getting eaten, pooped out, and a dung beetle.
Make Nazis villains again.
Well, they also, and like, again, this is another remake that felt the need to pad out the runtime. Like, mainly what they pad out is just explaining why Nala left Pride Rock. Something that did not need to be told.
Really did not. I mean, it is based on a 4-hour play, to be fair. But that doesn't mean the movie needs to be that long.
And, like, there is just, like, the performances in this movie, like, James Earl Jones reprises his role as Mufasa. People blame how his performance in this movie is weak as hell on his age at the time. I just firmly believe he was bored. He was just doing this for a paycheck.
Did they need to replace him? Can they just paste the dialogue word for word at this point? At that point,
you mean like actually pull the audio from the original movie? They may as well should have did that, but they didn't.
Boy, it wasn't his last movie, but his last few movies were not great. Oof. Poor James Earl Jones.
But yeah, like, there's a lot, and like, to pad out the movie to that freaking 2-hour mark, like, I think this movie hits 2 hours. It mainly just amounts to them padding out and extending scenes. Okay, the movie is just under 2 hours. So they added a half hour of material, and they reached that mark by just padding out scenes for too long, for the most part. Yeah. Plus that extended sequence of Nala deciding to leave Pride Rock that didn't need to be there.
Yeah.
And
well, for me, this movie was my breaking point. I'm like, no, I'm done after this movie. I'm done with remakes.
I was not going to see this movie even when it came out. Like, I know my mom, my sister wanted to go. I was like, no, I'm not going. If you want to go, fine. I'm not going.
I gave it a chance, and it broke me from future remakes.
I think it's funny that I noped out on Beauty and the Beast, which is one of the better ones.
And yeah, like obviously all the characters' faces show like no emotion. And like the only emotion on their faces they can accomplish at all is making them look slightly happy or slightly angry. And then you have characters like Zazu and Pumbaa who are blank faced throughout the entire movie. And again, Jungle Book proved they could have gave them more expressive faces, but they didn't.
Walt's reputation for anti-Semitism is greatly overrated. However, the animators of the original Lion King were very open about the fact that, yes, they borrowed imagery from Triumph of the Will, the infamous Nazi documentary.
Then you also have how they butcher the songs in this movie.
Oh,
the
no.
rendition, so the thing is, some of the song renditions are not bad necessarily. Like Circle of Life, Just Can't Wait to Be King, I'm Hakuna Matata. Like, the songs themselves are not necessarily the problem. It's the visuals.
So many directors don't know how to do musicals.
Like, basically, so obviously they couldn't do like the elaborate set pieces of the animated one because, you know, they're defeating the purpose by trying to make it look live action. So their solution was just to play the songs over footage of characters walking and running.
Oh, boy.
They're just walking and running the whole time as the song's playing. And, like, even during Hakuna Matata, like, you know that famous shot where they show Simba aging up into an adult, where, like, they're just swaying to the beat of the song, like, on the log bridge or whatever? They couldn't even recreate them simply swaying to the song. It's just more walking. And, yeah, like... Then there's also the way they treat the hyenas in this movie. They are not at all like they were in the original. Like, so Shenzi's the only hyena character they carry over from the original. And...
Was that the one that played by Whoopi Goldberg in the original?
Yeah, so yeah, in the original, like, Shenzi had, like, that level of sass that, like, Whoopi Goldberg's able to do and whatnot. Like, she had some pretty dark humor. And they butcher Shenzi's character. She is just a generic, ruthless leader. Like, no personality at all.
Look, the ecology of the original Lion King is objectively terrible, but so what? Like, the hyenas are the villains because humans have weird ideas about lions and hyenas, but that doesn't mean they should change it, because if they change it, we kind of lose a lot of our plot.
And yeah, let's just, like, the hyenas and, like, the two other main hyena characters are like, they're the comic, so they completely replace the comic relief doofus ones with two other comic relief doofuses who are just flat. And ironically enough, Beyonce is the voice of adult Nala. She, oddly enough, sounds very sassy as her version of Nala, like she should have been playing Shenzi instead.
It was Florence Kasumba, who is a very talented actress. But, you know, there's only so much you can do with the material, I guess.
And another weird change they make. So the whole point of Timon and Pumbaa taking Simba to the Oasis is because Simba says he's an outcast. Timon and Pumbaa are outcasts too. Not in the remake. For whatever reason, they have a bunch of animal friends there that they do stuff with.
Oh yeah, I remember a conversation they had. They were looking for bugs during I think it was the In the Jungle song.
Yeah, well, they have a bunch of animal friends in the Oasis now, so I guess that's so much for being outcasts. And yeah, so the only voice performances I thought were passable were Donald Glover, who's adult Simba, Billy Eichner and Seth Rogen I thought were fine as Timon and Pumbaa. And then I guess John Oliver was okay as Zazu, but yeah, like they match the performances of the original fine enough, but again, it's not like their faces are displaying any emotion, so it just doesn't have that same impact. Like this movie is the definition of a soulless cash grab, just aping off people's nostalgia, and sadly, it worked.
The only thing I will say to this movie's credit is it cast primarily black actors for a movie set in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well done for that, I guess, but then there's everything else.
Yeah. I mean, Mufasa's death scene in this movie is memed because the fact that, well, one, the guy playing Scar, I keep forgetting how to pronounce his name.
Chiwetel Ejiofor.
Okay, yeah, like I am very, very divided on his performance, but he was no Jeremy Irons in his performance. Unfortunately.
He can do really good stuff if he's got got good material.
If he had better direction, he probably could have did it, but he didn't have good direction here.
I've seen 12 Years a Slave. I know how well that man can act.
Yeah, absolutely. And
he should have an Oscar.
And freaking, yeah, so the death scene of Mufasa in this movie, well, first of all, the delivering of the line, "Long live the king," is not nearly as sinister. And also, he has to punch Mufasa in the face to make him fall down. But, yeah, Lion King, you can put this one, you put it in I Honestly Don't Care. No, put it on Wait You Exist, beneath Beauty and the Beast. And, okay, so next, we only have 10 more movies to go. Next up, we have Maleficent, Mistress of Evil. And the best way I can describe this one is it takes a few steps forward and a few steps back again. So it does do a better job trying to give more character to characters outside Maleficent. Like, they do give Prince Philip more screen time and stuff to do, and they give Aurora more stuff to do. And they actually make Aurora's mother-daughter relationship of sorts with Maleficent more complex. And it's a lot more natural this time. The fairies are considerably less annoying, which was welcome. And I did like Michelle Pfeiffer as the villain. They do a good enough job in the first act setting up the story, and then the third act does have a pretty epic battle scene, which actually has a shockingly high body count for a PG-rated movie. But unfortunately, the second act is a lot of padding.
Padding? I think that's our word of the day for this episode.
More or less. And also, for a movie called Maleficent, Mistress of Evil, there's very little actual Maleficent in this movie. Like, after the opening, where, like, she has a falling out with Aurora, she kind of screws off to, like, an area where, like, there's more fairies. And they find the fairies are, like, ostracized by the humans and everything. And Maleficent does shockingly very little until the very end. Like, I give it the production values, the effort to have better characters, and I do like the climactic battle scene, but otherwise, this one, you could put in I honestly don't care. Any other thoughts?
Like I said, I said that after Lion King, I haven't seen any of these, so I'm going on your basically your opinion and little stuff I've seen. And
okay, so nothing to add.
nope.
I haven't seen it. I don't want to see it. I haven't seen the first one.
All right, next we go to Lady and the Tramp. 2019 was the year of Disney remakes. So Lady and the Tramp was not released in theaters. It was made for Disney Plus.
Yes, it
Was this this wasn't because this wasn't released during the pandemic. Oh, it was before the pandemic.
I believe it came out as the pandemic was starting, like in China. But
Yeah,
it hadn't. But
it was not a Disney Plus release because of the pandemic.
No, it was not a Disney Plus release because of the pandemic. It was more made. It was like cheaper to make, and it was just made just kind of to make original content for Disney Plus. So we're not yet at the time where something had to go straight to Disney Plus because of the pandemic. That will actually be next time with the next half star I have on here. But anyways, Lady and the Tramp is pretty straightforward of a remake. Like, the original Lady and the Tramp was already not a movie I had strong feelings for. Like, it was cute, but didn't really have much of a reason to exist for me. And let's just say the first half of the Lady and the Tramp remake, I was not a fan. I will put it lightly. So, it's funny because this movie has more convincing animal characters than Lion King for the fact that they used real dogs for most of filming, and they just pulled like the Air Buddies thing where they talk by having their mouths move with CG.
Ain't no rule that says a dog can't eat spaghetti.
So, yeah. The big reason the first half of this movie was pissing me off was because it's filled to the brim with the exact same kind of modern cringe humor that I hate. Like, you know, the humor where the dialogue is extremely meta, it's self-aware, it always has to explain the joke to you, even when you can clearly see what is going on in front of you. So they replace. One example is so they get rid of the Siamese cats. Like, they still have cats in this movie, but I don't know who voices them, but they have a completely different song in this movie. And literally all the new song is them gleefully singing about how they're gonna break shit and get Lady in trouble for it. And the whole song is Lady having to constantly point out, wait, no, don't break that. No, you can't break this. No, don't break this. Over and over and over and over and over and over again. Like, you don't get the point.
The song is called What a Shame sung by someone named Nate Rocket Wonder and Roman Gianarthur Irvin, neither of whom I've ever heard of.
Yeah, I did not care.
I looked it up.
So, and then the stupid cringe humor continues into Lady and the Tramp's first meeting, where Lady accidentally pisses off a dog in an alleyway, and the way Tramp helps her get out of it is by making Lady pretend she has rabies, and her performance of having rabies is one only an idiot would believe.
Good.
She's like, roar, roar, I totally have rabies. Roar, yeah, ho, yeah, I totally have rabies. It is fucking cringe. But luckily, this movie did kind of redeem itself with the second half. Like, number one, the cringe humor almost completely stops in the second half. I hope because a better writer took over. And they also give Tramp a little bit more backstory in this version. Like, I don't know how much backstory they give him in the original.
None.
I know the direct-to-video sequel gives him some backstory, which is kind of stupid because it's never alluded to in the first one. But the remake makes it to where he did have a family originally, and for whatever reason, his owner took him for a drive, threw a ball into an alley, and abandoned him.
Probably because he wasn't a cute puppy anymore. It happens depressingly often.
And honestly, that scene does work. And yeah, they don't go into that family's reasons for abandoning Tramp, but did they? Because Tramp's not going to know the reason. You know, that was actually kind of smart writing there. And also, they make it to where ladies' owners, like, I have to look up who the actors are for the owners. Kiersey Clemens and Thomas Mann are the owners in this.
I think, yeah, I remember correctly, in the original one, they muzzled her because they thought she was barking at the baby or something. That can hurt the baby or something.
Yeah, because she gets blamed for what the cats do.
Well, no, that's what the aunt does. That's what Aunt Sarah does in the original, and she does that in the remake too. I will say,
that's when she gets muzzled.
But yeah, Aunt Sarah in this movie is played by Yvette Nicole Brown, who I know from Drake and Josh, and yeah, I mean, Aunt Sarah gets booted out of the movie much sooner because Jim Deere and Darling kind of catch on to how she mistreated Lady. But yeah, so I will say that having Lady's owners take a more active role in the plot was kind of welcome, at least for giving them more character. Like, they also make the dog catcher more of a character because, like, almost in a way, kind of like the direct-to-video sequel did, except they do kind of give him depth. Like, they make him a bit more understandable why he wants to catch stray dogs.
Yeah, that is, I have to say, that is the one thing that's always bothered me about dog catchers in fiction, which I get is because we're usually seeing it from the perspective of the dogs who don't know.
Yeah.
But dog catchers in that era would have served a very important purpose.
Especially with, like, rabies and the such going around.
Exactly. Rabies and just,
like,
hungry animals will do a lot.
Yeah, and the dog catcher, like, I mean, he's framed as a bit of a villain, but, like, they do make him understandable. And, like, at the end, like, when Lady's owners want to adopt Tramp, he does ultimately respect their decision. Like, he doesn't really put up much of a fight. So, yeah, like, it's like they did apply some of the better ideas from the direct-to-video sequel and applied them in a bit of a smarter way in the second half of this movie. And yeah, like, for that, I do have to rate this. Like, if it wasn't for the infuriating first half, this would be one of the more solid remakes. But as it is, like, I have to put it in I honestly don't care. Like, put it beneath Mistress of Evil. Okay. All right. Half star number 3. Mulan.
Oh.
Yes. I think that's generous.
Oh my. Like,
Instead of this one is instead of going beat by beat Lion King, let's do completely let's do everything that.
Oh, and they're promising that's much more culturally appropriate, and and no, it's not. Even the Chinese did not like it.
Yeah, no, I haven't watched it, but there is a very long video about everything that's culturally insensitive about Mulan.
Yeah, like ostensibly, this movie tries to stick closer to like the original folklore surrounding Mulan, but the problem is that they take out everything that made the original great. Like, gone is Mulan's excellent character arc of being a relatable person who struggles like everyone else, yet she learns to be a strong warrior in spite of the gender norms of the time. Fuck that shit. Let's just make Mulan into a perfect warrior from the offset who barely struggles with anything, and oddly enough, they're pretty okay with her when they find out she's a woman.
Sure.
And gone are the fun characters with like outside of Mulan himself, the only other characters they really carry over into this version of all characters are the comic relief doofuses. You know, Yao, Ling, Shen Po, those were characters that were absolutely needed to be carried over into this version. Meanwhile, Shang is gone, Shang is gone, Mushu is gone, Shan Yu is gone. Yeah, so freaking, and yeah, everybody in this movie is very devoid of personality.
But they gave her some weird witch with powers.
Yeah, Chi. That's what they call it, Chi. And okay, then Gone is shockingly the realistic brutality of war that the original pulled off. Like, this remake is pretty unique in that they went into PG-13 territory. And guess what? The G-rated animated movie was far better at showing war violence.
Yeah, like the only Disney animated canon movie with a higher body count than Mulan is Dinosaur.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, there's lots of stabbings and arrows in the chest in the Mulan remake, and yet it's nowhere near as effective, it's intense, and outright haunting that the original Mulan managed. Like, particularly, like, you know, after Girl Worth Fighting For, when they get to the ruined village.
Yes, and she finds the doll.
From a kid who was very obviously murdered.
Yeah.
And
so how they do that here?
They don't. They don't. They, like, none of that effective imagery is in the remake at all. Not one little bit. And gone are the beautiful colors and visuals of the original, with this movie looking so dull and lifeless. And it's like this movie has no freaking soul. Like, even like the touted PG-13 action scenes, like sometimes the camera work and editing is so disorienting you can't tell what's going on. And yeah, also this remake is very confused. Like, they replaced Shan Yu with like this generic like warmonger, like whatever, like who has no personality or anything, or menace or anything. And also, there's this secondary villain with, like, this witch lady who's able to change into a crow or something. And she's a villain who freaking bullies Mulan because she won't embrace being a woman. And then all of a sudden, she's not a bad guy anymore at the end for no reason at all.
No one has character arc.
Nobody. And it's rather sad because this is one of the very few Disney remakes that actually gave a cameo to one of the original actors, since Ming-Na Wen has a cameo presenting Mulan to the Emperor at the end of this movie. But yeah, like, this movie was draining to watch.
To be fair, it would be hard for them to give cameo appearances to some of the original actors.
Yeah.
Like, Eleanor Audley's not going to pop up in Maleficent or Cinderella.
Well, yeah.
That whole being dead thing.
Well, they gave no cameos to Beauty and the Beast. They gave no cameos to Aladdin.
No, I know. And they couldn't give one to Jerry Orbach and David Ogden Stiers either, but it's not like Robbie Benson is, overburdened with work these days.
Or Paige O'Hara.
Or Paige O'Hara, who, what is she doing these days? She's voicing Belle in things.
Yeah. But yeah, so Mulan, Mulan, it's not quite as, put it above Dumbo because it's not quite as infuriating as Dumbo. It's just draining.
Well, and also apparently kind of racist, but,
Well, yeah. So this next remake I know is pretty popular. We have Cruella. I know there's people who really adore this movie. I did not really care for it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I do own some patterns based on it.
Yeah, isn't this where they try to make the bad guy not a bad guy?
Yeah, this is very much another Wicked style story. Like, I give it props for Emma Stone's committed performance, and it is committed to its style. And I do like that it's an original idea, but, like, my problem with this movie is that it tries to be a little bit of Wicked, a little bit of the Ocean's trilogy, and a little bit of Martin Scorsese.
So, but this is not a prequel to 101 Dalmatians.
No. Glenn Close did produce it, but it is not related to the 90s live action.
Unless you like really had a big major meltdown in her brain between this movie and that movie continuity.
Well, yeah, but freaking the thing is, like, Cruella's backstory in this movie is, not gonna lie, kind of laughable. Like, you care to know why she hates Dalmatians in this movie?
They pushed her mother or something like that.
They pushed her mom off a cliff.
I don't think she'd hate Dalmatians in the original movie. She just wants Spot to make good coat.
That is why she wants the Dalmatians in the original. Yeah.
In the original, it has nothing to do with caring about Dalmatians one way or another. What she's committed to is not hating dogs; it's fashion.
Yeah, and here they gave a stupid ass explanation for why she targets Dalmatians.
She really likes the vest.
So, yeah, then the whole reason why she's called Cruella in this is, like, they have this ill-defined split personality thing where Ella is her nice, soft side, and Cruella is, like, her villain persona. And honestly, this split personality thing I felt was so ill-defined that it kind of felt like an afterthought. Like, it barely factors into anything. It's like half-heartedly trying to make her look insane.
So this is basically Cinderella on a different timeline instead of being redeemed.
Instead of Cinderella, it's Cruella. All right, and yeah, so the Oceans and Scorsese comparisons are like how, like, Cruella's like she like narrates her exploits like in the style of Goodfellas. And Ocean's comparison comes from how this is a heist movie, like a stylish like heist movie. And you know what? People who really enjoy that, that's fine. That's cool. I happen to not be a fan of the Ocean's movies.
I have never actually seen any of them all the way through. I started to watch like the original, the Rat Pack original, and hated it and turned it off, and haven't watched any of the remakes all the way through.
Yeah, like I know that there's people who adore like the original Ocean's trilogy, especially like with George Clooney and all them. But what I've seen of those movies, to me at least, they were very style over substance, and that is what Cruella felt like to me: style over substance. Like, again, I give this movie props for at least doing something unique and, like, committing to itself, but I honestly did not care for it. So, fittingly, you may put Cruella in I honestly don't care.
I will probably watch it at some point, but I'm in no tearing hurry.
You put it above Mistress of Evil. All right, home stretch. 5 more that I watched, and the 6th one I'm just going to speak my thoughts about. All right, the final half star, Pinocchio.
Oh.
Thank you for taking the words out of my mouth by putting it right where it belongs.
So, the thing is, there were 2 versions of Pinocchio that came out right around the same time.
The other one being the Guillermo del Toro one.
Which I saw the museum exhibit of. I know a guy who worked on it. I've got a picture of my son looking very surly next to the Oscar it won. He was in a bad mood. It's not his fault. Like, it's a good movie. There's a book about the art that I really want.
I have a Criterion I have the Criterion like Blu-ray or 4K of that movie. I still need to watch it.
I really want it, but I've never seen this one because I've already watched Mazes and Monsters, and that's my quota of terrible Tom Hanks, you know?
Yeah, Mazes and Monsters.
I've written about it like 3 times because I love it. It's hysterically funny, and I doubt Pinocchio is funny.
It is not. Like, Pinocchio, for me, well, outside of Jungle Book Mowgli's story, which I think is worse just for how constantly infuriating that movie is to watch, but if we're talking, like, the big boy movies, like, where they're actively trying, because Jungle Book Mowgli's story was not trying. This one ostensibly tried, and it failed on every conceivable level for me. Like, the only value I could give this movie is that Tom Hanks as Geppetto, Cynthia Erivo as the Blue Fairy, and Keegan-Michael Key as Honest John, they tried. That is the nicest thing I could say about this.
Go watch Cynthia Erivo singing Gethsemane instead.
Everything gets overwritten with this movie. So they tried to have an interesting deviation with Geppetto, where he wishes for Pinocchio because he had a real biological son who died, and he hasn't moved on from it. The movie forgets about it after the opening.
Yeah, you can't say that Del Toro forgets about the biological son.
That is interesting. You know what? Now I need to see the Del Toro one. Really? Okay, then Cynthia Erivo, she does pretty good as the Blue Fairy. She has this level of wit and the expected motherly authority that the original Blue Fairy had. And her singing voice, well, chef's kiss to that.
Yeah, like I said, if you haven't seen it yet, she did Jesus Christ Superstar at the Hollywood Bowl recently.
Yeah.
As Jesus.
Ah.
And and I wish I could have been there.
I mean, obviously, she's well known for Wicked nowadays, and obviously, yes. I've seen Wicked. So, but yeah, so she's pretty good as the Blue Fairy. That's why they delete the Blue Fairy from everything after the opening. And then the CG they used to make Honest John and Gideon, it looks fucking horrifying. But Keegan-Michael Key, like, bless his soul, he was trying so hard in selling Honest John as the sleazebag he's supposed to be. Like, he tried his, like, acting his ass off. And the horrifying CG was constantly fighting that.
I just had a horrible thought of which I am ashamed. The guy who played Geppetto in the Disney original.
Oh!
You know about the guy
I know.
who played Geppetto.
I know.
For those who do not, the guy who played Geppetto in the Disney original animated Pinocchio was a big old Nazi. Like, interrupting recording sessions with Hitler propaganda level Nazi.
And many of the Disney animators at the time were Jewish.
Yeah, people hated him. I get the feeling that they really wish they could have recast.
But they did end up sending their regards to him because they needed to film live action footage of the actor on a raft, like getting bumped around on waves, so they had reference footage for the animation for the monster escape scene. And, well, they gave him the ride of his life.
Oh, good.
Yep.
But I just had the mental image of Tom Hanks doing a production of behind the scenes of the Disney animated Pinocchio and reading the original Geppetto's lines, because I am in many ways not a good person. I don't think Tom Hanks would say those lines.
Nah.
But imagine, America's dad saying some of that stuff, and yeah. Whoo. No, so if anything else, there's a much better person playing Geppetto in this version. The bar is in hell.
Yeah. And freaking. But yeah, so all the other characters in this movie are a blanket downgrade. So I forgot to mention, Honest John, you never see him again after he sells Pinocchio to Stromboli. Because of course. And Figaro and Cleo are just horrid CGI creations. Stromboli, I've mentioned, is one of my favorite meme characters from the original. His exaggerated reactions make him simultaneously one of the funniest and scariest Disney villains.
When he shows Pinocchio the axe, oh my god.
Yeah.
Pinocchio is a much scarier movie than some people realize.
And this is what I have to say about remake Stromboli. To quote The Godfather, look how they massacred my boy.
Yeah.
I guess to their credit, they got an actual Italian to play Stromboli in this version. But he is too freaking restrained. Like, he may attempt to rapid-fire curse in Italian gibberish and maybe partially quote the same enslavement speech he gave to Pinocchio from the original, but he has so much less energy in his line delivery, and especially his body language. Like,
the politics of Pinocchio at the time of the original are really weird, because that was, like, just a minute before the US got into World War II against the Italians, among, rather more prominent nations.
Yeah.
So choosing to do Pinocchio at all was kind of weird in those days. But it sounds like they took sensitivity a little far.
Well, remember that the U.S. was explicitly neutral. Like, World War II had just broken out, and it was still well over a year before Pearl Harbor happened. So I guess you could say they weren't really thinking much of it.
When it had broken out depends on who you ask. The Czechoslovakians would have liked you to know that it had started several years earlier, thank you. But no, I mean, in the new version, it sounds like they took sensitivity towards Italians a little far by toning him way down.
Well, I don't want to say it's sensitivity towards Italians. It's just sensitivity in general. You're gonna love when I describe Pleasure Island.
Oh yeah, that's it's like a real fast history me coming in real fast. If you ask the Chinese and Koreans, it started way earlier.
Yes, no, that is true, and the Ethiopians would like to talk to you as well.
Yeah. Let's talk about this version of Pleasure Island compared to the other one.
Okay, well, no, I got a few more characters to get through. So yeah, Stromboli is heavily neutered, and that's not even getting into how, unlike the original, where the notable thing about the original movie is that none of its villains ever get defeated.
Yeah.
Like, Honest John and Gideon are still out there conning people. Pinocchio gets away from Stromboli, and Stromboli doesn't have his gold mine for his show anymore, but he still got the money from the first show, and he's otherwise not really punished. And the coach, I mean, less said about the coachman, the better, but yeah, that's why Stromboli gets thrown in prison in this version.
It would be an interesting court case as to whether what he did was even really a crime, if you think about it.
Yeah. And, yeah, so, I mean, what he gets thrown in prison for ostensibly is mistreating his staff, like that would have mattered in those times.
Yeah, well.
Unfortunately. Alright, so the coachman is also a downgrade in this version. He's ironically too much of a large ham, and they kind of downplay the brutality of the original in favor of making him a supervillain. Complete, like, you know how he had, like, this hooded men helping him in the original? Here, those hooded men are freaking, like, ghost demons.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, because it's a stupid idea.
Then Lampwick, I mean, the kid playing Lampwick in this was okay, but they make him a lot more into a jerk, which makes you question why Pinocchio sticks with him.
But be fair to the kid, it's his first day on Earth.
Well, when we get into how much of a perfect saint this version of Pinocchio is, it feels like he would have known better.
Yeah, well.
And, yeah, Monstro was just a giant whale in the original. Here, he's a fucking alien creature! Complete with, like, these tentacles that are, like, underneath him and everything.
Monstro hentai.
Tom Hanks, you can't have needed money.
And
your children are grown.
So, Jiminy Cricket, Joseph Gordon-Levitt really tries with his voice performance, but this movie is like, you know how Pinocchio's whole thing is that he's working as Pinocchio's conscience?
Uh-huh.
This movie is utterly obsessed with keeping them separate. Pinocchio doesn't need a... Oh, and that gets into Pinocchio. So, they butcher the central themes of the original. So Pinocchio's working to prove himself to be a real boy, right? He needs to be good and selfless, learn to do that. Jiminy's his conscience to help him decide what's right and wrong. The problem in this version is that Pinocchio spends like 90% of the movie being good. The whole point of Pinocchio in the original is that he's supposed to make dumb decisions. He's supposed to give in to temptation. He's supposed to bring all the bad stuff that happens to him on himself. And, like, the movie does start doing that a little bit, where Honest John does woo him in with becoming an actor. But then Jiminy shows up to try and convince him not to do that. In the original, it fails. In the remake, he actually succeeds. And Pinocchio goes to school. And the only reason Pinocchio doesn't stay in school is because his teacher kicks him out, saying, you're a puppet, you don't belong. Puppets don't belong in school. And then Pinocchio's like, okay, I guess I gotta go with Honest John now. I gotta be an actor now. Uh-oh.
Do you know what happened to Jiminy Cricket in the original book?
Oh, yeah. Freaking Pinocchio kills him.
Yep. Squishes him, you might say, like a bug.
Yeah, book Pinocchio is a lot more of a jerk. But anyways, so
you're saying the original anime movie was more of a middle ground?
Yeah, like he's like the animated movie. He's well-meaning, but like he's very gullible. Like easy to believe stuff.
It's his first day on Earth.
Yeah. But anyways, so Pinocchio does not go to Pleasure Island willingly in this version. Because they deleted Honest John from this part of the movie, the way Pinocchio gets to Pleasure Island is that the coachman forcibly scoops him up off the street and makes him come to Pleasure Island.
Look, I could lecture you all about what the point is of Pleasure Island and all of that, but I don't have to, because you clearly know more than the screenwriters did.
You're going to have a good time and like it.
Yeah, and guess what? Pinocchio's never really seen enjoying himself on Pleasure Island either. Like, freaking, he likes the fireworks, but he winces at, like, the kids destroying things. Freaking, he doesn't even do anything, really. Like, he doesn't engage in any of the act. Like, he doesn't smoke a cigar. He doesn't freaking play pool. He doesn't freaking play pool. He doesn't break anything. Freaking in the words of the original movie, he does not make a complete jackass of himself.
Yeah.
And yeah, the fact that he starts turning into a donkey too makes no sense because of that. Like, literally the worst thing he does is that he drinks I'm sorry. He doesn't drink beer in this movie. None of the kids drink beer. They drink root beer. Oh no, what a crime.
Look, I know, I do, that we are trying not to show children engaging in these behaviors because it might make children think the behaviors are desirable and therefore might make them engage in it. And that's not an illegitimate fear. There is some psychology behind that, but for God's sake!
Especially
the whole point is that this is bad for you!
And that's not even getting into how the original frightened kids into not wanting to do that stuff. Which
for real, though.
And the remake fails on that front, too. And you remember how Pinocchio had the donkey ears and tail for the rest of the movie until he became a real boy in the original? Yeah, they go away in the remake when he expresses his desire to go rescue his dad from Monstro.
Sure.
Why not?
Valuable lessons, what are those?
Do they have the nose growth and regrow?
Oh my god, for God's sake. So the point
I'm
of
sorry
that,
to be laughing at your pain, but it is funny. So
that's the reason I put up with this. So hoping to entertain a few people. So the original movie, so the nose thing is about how basically it's one of the Blue Fairy's lessons where freaking a lie freaking just expands. Like, that's why you don't lie, right? Well,
some lies have big noses.
Yeah,
Long
and freaking because they deleted the Blue Fairy from the movie at this point, you want to know what the nose rope scene is for?
Oh, I'm afraid to ask.
He lies and makes his nose extend on purpose so that he can grab the keys to escape Stromboli's cage.
So they do something similar with him making his nose grow on purpose in the Del Toro, but it's much, much later on after the first time when he's just, trying to get out of things. And it's when they're trying to escape from inside Monstro, he makes his nose grow because then they can climb up his. It's a whole thing. Don't worry about it. But the point is, like, he's maybe as bad in the Del Toro as he is in the original book. There are fewer fascists in the original book, I will say that. But it sounds like these two movies each picked a direction they could go from the animated Pinocchio as far as the behavior of Pinocchio. And yeah.
Oh, and so first, you know how the whole movie has been Pinocchio ostensibly working to become a real boy?
Uh-huh.
He doesn't become a real boy at the end unless you count, like, symbolic imagery. And that's not even the worst part. You know how Pinocchio is the one that makes the heroic sacrifice in the original? It's very emotional, it hits all the right emotions.
Mm-hmm.
In the remake, it's Geppetto who dies. And care to know how freaking he comes back?
Plot armor?
How?
Pinocchio cries magic tears onto him.
Oh no.
Yeah, so to summarize, Pinocchio learns nothing in this movie. He's perfect from the offset because we can't show him making bad choices and needing to learn from them. That would be very rude.
Because kids can't learn from their mistakes.
And again, they sanitize the villains. I mean, Honest John and Gideon are kept mostly the same, but again, a lot of their role in the movie is deleted. Stromboli they show getting defeated, and the thing with the Coachman in the original movie is that freaking he is infamous for how he's one of the villains who faces no punishment at all for what he does. Like, yeah, Pinocchio gets away, but that's one donkey. Like, what does he care? He's got like over 100 of them already, probably more. The movie goes out of its way to point out that the Coachman is inconvenienced by Pinocchio escaping because apparently, quote unquote, a wooden donkey is worth a fortune.
Uh-huh.
Have I passed the threshold of pain?
I would would say that a wooden donkey, on the one hand, doesn't need to eat or rest or any of that. On the other hand, wood breaks.
Yeah. Honestly,
especially because Pinocchio's canonically pine.
Oh my god! What? Like Honest John in this movie proposes a stage name for Pinocchio in this movie: Chris Pine. Yep.
Don't watch these at home, kids.
I am out of energy for this movie.
All right. Final 5.
All right, Peter Pan and Wendy, one of the Disney Plus exclusives. This one was just kind of frustrating because there was potential to take the central theme from the original and make it more complex. So, the original Pinocchio, god damn it, that movie's ruining my mind.
The pain does not end.
Alright, so the original Peter Pan went for the angle of how every kid needs to grow up eventually, but there's nothing wrong with cherishing their childhood. This one goes for kind of a similar angle, but it kind of tries to add, yes, there's parts of growing up that suck, and kids can be pretty selfish and immature. But it does overall go for the same message. And like the part like there's an infamous scene at the start where like Wendy's like playing pretend with like her brothers, and then she breaks a mirror on accident, and she blames the brothers on it. And when they call her out for being a jerk, her response to them is basically tough. So that kind of goes into how kids can be kind of cruel and selfish sometimes. But then the part that really has potential to be interesting is that this movie actually gives backstory to Captain Hook and Peter Pan. Captain Hook was a lost boy originally, and Peter more or less banished him because Hook wanted to see his mom again. And that made him into the villain he is now because he couldn't make it home, and that's when the pirates rescued him, took him in, and that, like, I don't know how both of you would feel about that, but I felt it had the potential to explore some darker themes, especially since it does kind of fit with the original book version of Peter, who is a pretty cruel character at times.
Yes.
And the problem is that this movie is pretty shallow. They don't really show us the heavy stuff. They just tell us. And they don't really...
That's the most important rule of storytelling, right? Tell, don't show.
Well, scratch that, reverse it. But you get the idea. So, there's a couple of scenes that try, like Peter and Wendy have a talk about like entering adulthood that has some weight to it, but they kind of gloss over the heavier stuff, and like the way they kind of gloss over the Hook twist gives off the wrong vibe, because basically the movie is trying to tell us that it's kind of okay what Peter did. Because nobody really questions him. Frickin' Peter gives like an apology, but it's like very half-hearted. It doesn't feel genuine. And another thing, this movie doesn't really sell childhood wonder. Like, this movie is pretty devoid of color. Like, the flying scenes don't feel as majestic as they should. You don't even see much of Neverland in this movie. For all you know, it could just be like a regular old island.
Did Peter cut off his hand in this version?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I know at least in the original, I think in the original, I don't know the original one. I think he did, but also in the I used to watch this Fox's Peter and the Pirates as a kid or teenager, and he did that in there too. So
well, I know in the original Disney version, it was the Croc that took Hook's hand.
Yeah, Peter, I believe it's in the book, play, Peter cuts his hand off and fed it to the crocodile.
Ah.
Oh, did they have the clock thing in here? The crocodile
clock? He was holding a clock at the time.
I do not think... Well, the Croc appears in this movie, but only for one scene, and I don't think it has the clock. So, it sucks, because the kids playing the Darlings and Jude Law, who plays Captain Hook, they are trying with the material, but, like, the darker stuff they try to go with just doesn't really land, and there's not really a sense of fun and adventure. And the original Peter Pan is one of my favorites from when I was a kid. And part of that was because I loved the silly stuff in it. Like, the stuff with Captain Hook and Mr. Smee was some of the funniest shit ever. And they are very sanitized in here.
Yeah. Hey, Jillian, did you ever watch this animated series, Peter Pan and the Pirates, growing up?
No. I've seen a lot of Jake and the Neverland Pirates because my kids watched it. But
yeah, I know it was after your time. Then it was like in the mid to late 90s. So that might have been after your time.
It's after my time. It's after my time. Jake and the Neverland Pirates, by the way, is, you want to talk sanitized. Jake's got a whole thing about good pirates don't take things from people.
Oh my god.
I hate that show. I hate that show so much.
For fuck's sake. Alright, well, I'm done with Peter Pan and Wendy. You may put it in I honestly don't care. So, alright, we're getting there. Little Mermaid.
Now, this is more... I remember more about the mermaid color than the actual movie. People talked about that, I think.
Oh, yeah. There were a lot of grifters going on about how Ariel's played by a black woman in this movie.
In my film group, we were all saying that we couldn't wait for the movie to come out so people would hate it for the right reasons.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. Everybody, like, grifters went on and on about how Ariel's played by a black woman in this movie. To be frank, she's the only good thing in this movie.
Yeah, I've heard her sing. She's a good singer.
Yeah, like, she sells Ariel really well. Like, I will give her that. Like, I may still prefer Jodie Benson, but, Halle Bailey, I think her name is.
Halle Bailey, yeah.
Yeah, like she is the best part of this movie. Like, she gets the one song rendition, Part of Your World, that's good. And then... Go on.
I'm a big fan of little black girls learning that they can be the heroine of a story, too. Like, the casting of Ariel was never going to be my problem with this movie unless it turned out she could neither sing nor act, which I wasn't going to find out anyway.
It reminds me of when people complained about Zendaya playing MJ in their Homecoming.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing that I thought was all the guys who were trying to prove scientifically mermaids wouldn't be black. And it was like, sir...
You're talking about a movie that has a talking crab, a talking seagull, a talking fish.
The science of mermaids.
On top of that.
Yeah, like, are you hearing yourself? Because I don't think you're hearing yourself. We can, however, talk about how the talking crab is, again, nightmare fuel.
Yeah. That is, like... The best way to describe how I felt about this movie is that at the start, I thought it was, like, okay.
Did
And
they
then,
do this?
and then, as the movie went on, that's when more and more cracks began to show.
Did they do the CGI better or worse than Lion King?
On level.
Okay.
There was less of it.
So Sebastian looks horrifying in realistic CG. Flounder is just a fish. And while Scuttle looks the best of the CG characters, Scuttle is voiced by Awkwafina, and Awkwafina is, as an actress, I am very mixed on. Like, there's roles she's had where she's done fine, and then whenever a role calls for her to be annoying, she can be freaking annoying, and this is one of those roles.
She was really good in Poker Face. She did an episode. She's really good at it. But yeah, she can. She is uneven as an actress.
Yeah, like she almost sunk Shang-Chi for me, the Marvel movie.
I liked her in Shang-Chi, but
well, she starts out annoying, but then thankfully they dial her back and they let her shine. So
she's great in Crazy Rich Asians.
That I have not seen, but I should seek
fun.
that out.
It's fun.
Yeah. Yeah, if there's any voice roles of Awkwafina's I can point out, like, she's fine in Raya and the Last Dragon, and she's also fine in both of the Bad Guys movies. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is not one of her good performances, though, unfortunately. Especially because one of the songs they add has her try to rap.
Yeah, let's add songs to an Ashman and Menken.
Yeah, like
that won't at all be noticeable.
The only song rendition I liked was Part of Your World. Everything else, all the other returning songs are kind of butchered, largely because of, like, simplified visuals or, like, freaking... Well, largely thanks to simplified visuals and, like, the lyrics being messed up because, Under the Sea and, Kiss the Girl are missing their backup chorus for some reason.
Because that would have been a lot of work.
Yeah, it's too hard.
Which is why it's a story that's better told in animation.
Yeah, and they add a bunch of... Oh, yeah. A friend of mine really hates this remake's take on Poor Unfortunate Souls. And they add a bunch of original songs, which, just like Beauty and the Beast, sound very out of place. Like, you can tell they would belong in a different movie. And one of those original songs is a straight-up rap number called Scuttlebutt.
Oh, God. It's like it's hard to capture Howard Ashman if you don't have Howard Ashman.
I will leave it to the imagination what Scuttlebutt sounds like.
I will too, because I ain't watching it.
Good. I watched it, and I kind of died inside watching it.
So, I would like to briefly talk about one of the things we were in my group saying was one of the real reasons to hate this movie. And we were saying this before it came out. Because the thing is it sounds like they carried over a certain amount of the original script. Not the songs, but like the dialogue.
Yeah.
The original screenwriters did not get paid for having their words used. Because writers of animated movies are not part of the Writers Guild.
Is that still true?
That it's absolutely true. It's one of the things they were trying to fix in the writer's strike years ago. They might have gotten it fixed this time around, but I don't remember. And it's one of the reasons Disney keeps churning these out, because they've got this great script that everybody really loves that they don't have to pay any residuals on this time around. They just have to pay the people who stretch it out.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, 90-minute movie stretched to 2.5 hours.
Yes.
Again. And freaking lots of that padded runtime is giving a backstory to Prince Eric, which I guess kudos for trying to give him a little more character, but it really doesn't amount to anything in the end. And when Ariel goes on land, there is a shitload of padding where she just wanders around on land. And if I recall correctly, Jodie Benson has a cameo as somebody running a shop in a market that Ariel walks through.
Well, that's good for her.
Yeah. And, I mean, personally, if we're talking Jodie Benson, I'm more excited to play MGS3 Remake next week because Jodie Benson plays one of the key characters.
Jodie Benson does Ariel in Disney Dreamlight Valley, which is the game that I play a lot.
Yeah. Like, she still plays Ariel to this day. In voice. But, so, freaking... the padding on for the land part goes on for so long. I honestly thought they omitted Kiss the Girl from this movie. Because they go so long before they actually do it.
You can't omit Kiss the Girl. People would riot in the theaters.
Well, they didn't, but they take a long-ass time to get to it.
I wish they had that. I wish they had that. They should have had that song in the KH2 version of this world. They missed that.
They skip it, yeah. But anyway, so the two biggest cracks for me came with Javier Bardem and Melissa McCarthy, who play King Triton and Ursula, respectively. For Javier Bardem, like, he's a phenomenal actor, but this movie felt like he was just phoning it in for a paycheck. Like, remember how the original King Triton was very grand in his performance? And, like, especially during the scene where he blows up on Ariel, like, destroys her collection.
Mm-hmm.
Javier Bardem is just bored throughout this movie. Like, he is very emotionless. Like, when they recreate the collection destruction scene, he does not come off as pissed at all. Like, he is not imposing. Freaking, he doesn't even show remorse, like, at the end of the scene.
Which is one of the most important emotional aspects of the movie, but never mind. It is Jodie Benson is a marketplace vendor, by the way.
Yeah. So, yeah, then that was stunning to me that Javier Bardem could be so devoid of emotion. Even in Pirates of the Caribbean 5, he managed to be the best part of that movie.
I mean, he's devoid of emotion in No Country for Old Men, but to be fair, that's the point of the character.
Yeah. And for Melissa McCarthy, she's just trying to imitate Pat Carroll throughout the whole movie. And she's not very good at it.
I really want her to be in better movies. I like her, and she's in such horrible stuff.
Yeah. And
she's so fun in Gilmore Girls.
Yeah, freaking this movie's problems just stem from how they remove a lot of the emotion from it. Freaking, this is the horrifying CG on some of the characters. They pad out the runtime because, it's absolutely required to hit 2.5 hours. We don't care how you do it, but you need to do it. Just bull crap.
You'd think they would like shorter movies so that they could cram in more screenings.
Exactly.
Since they're all cynical cash grabs anyway, why not make them short cynical cash grabs?
Especially because the originals were already short. All right.
And then you don't have to pay any new screenwriters at all.
Mm-hmm. so this goes in Wait You Exist, in between Lion King and Beauty and the Beast. The last thing I have to say is Halle Bailey deserved so much better. All right.
It's like we have a lot to say or something, Elma.
Exactly. And unfortunately, we still have 3 more to go.
The final. Okay, this is the final prequel. They take a character. They rewrite the character's history.
Yeah. So, Mufasa.
Definitely needed to exist.
It did not need to exist. They only wanted money off the Lion King nostalgia train, and because the first remake did really good at the box office. And
we got a good paycheck.
Yep. And
they're not even brothers.
So the whole thing is, in the lead up to this movie's release, I was not at all nice to it because it was releasing the same day as the third Sonic movie. And I did not want the third Sonic movie to flop at the box office because obviously this movie was always going to do better because Lion King has huge nostalgia goggles. Thankfully, this movie did not do as good as expected, and Sonic 3 actually did put up a pretty strong fight against it, even though it still ultimately lost in the end. So now that Sonic 3 was a success anyway, and this movie has been Mufasa's been forgotten, well, except for people who make fun of it. Yeah, now I'm able to look at it with a more fair lens, and I will give it credit. It wasn't hard to be better than the Lion King remake, but it was better than the Lion King remake. So, I will say, the setup was a little bit intriguing. So, they have Simba's daughter from like the original direct-to-video movie, and basically the whole reason she's learning Mufasa's stories because like it's a story to like teach her how to be brave. And in fairness, like it helps that Rafiki's voice acting in this version is way better. And like, you know what? The scenes with Rafiki and Kiara are pretty charming. So that's why Timon and Pumbaa frequently hijack the framing device scenes so that they can be unfunny hacks and claim that they had a bigger role in Mufasa's backstory when they didn't at all.
Just go watch The Lion King 1.5.
Yeah, that's the movie you want to watch if you want to see Timon and Pumbaa be hilarious.
It's like, yeah, I secretly knew your father this whole time, even when he was a kid. So like it was destiny that we met when you were a kid too.
So yeah, like. And I will say, the voice performances overall, like not just Rafiki, Mufasa's new voice, Scar or Taka, that's his original name. The voice performances overall are way better here, like for the most part. And they had a couple of okay songs at the start, but then I got to a point where I was like, I'm fucking bored.
There are some really talented people in this. I'm looking over the cast list possibly for the first time.
Mads Mikkelsen plays the villain, and I mean his voice performance is fine, but he easily gets the worst song in the movie by a country mile.
Can I say how delighted I am that it features Anika Noni Rose and Keith David?
You can.
For those who do not know, she's Tiana and he's Dr. Facilier in Princess and the Frog.
I mainly know Keith David for Spawn.
Oh, Keith David is...
Yeah, Keith David is a great voice actor.
No, I will die on the hill that Friends on the Other Side is the best Disney villain song.
Yeah.
So, like, he's not my favorite Disney villain. He's top 5, but he's not my favorite Disney villain. But my favorite Disney villain doesn't get a song. So...
Yeah.
But
yeah, so freaking yeah, like the Mufasa story here has neat ideas on paper. Like, to have this version of Mufasa be washed away from his birth parents, he winds up with a different pride, who they view him coldly as an outsider, and like he has to pull his weight, prove his worth, and eventually he becomes the wise, selfless leader who'd unite the whole animal kingdom together. And his relationship with Scar, like brotherly relationship, does start out kind of heartwarming, but then freaking they introduce the villains led by Mads Mikkelsen. They are painfully generic. And again, Mads Mikkelsen's song in this movie is the worst one. Like, like, the reason why it's stupid is because he keeps inserting this gleefully stupid bye-bye to his lyrics, and it just sounds dumb.
I've never heard him sing.
It's a dumb song. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I'm sure. I'm just saying I've never heard him sing.
Maybe it was him singing. Maybe they got a singing voice. I don't know. And so then the movie ends up wasting time at this point, painfully going through how Mufasa met all the key characters in the first movie. Sarabi, Zazu, Rafiki. Like, Rafiki's introduction is at least endearing, but everything else is painfully dull. Like, freaking Mufasa and Sarabi forming a relationship is the most stock falling in love story you have, complete with Taka/Scar getting jealous. And yeah. And the last thing I could really talk about this movie is the visuals. So, credit where it's due, they did address the criticism from the first remake. They did make the lions and like the animals in this movie more expressive. The problem is that they kind of overcorrected. They're too expressive. Some of the smiles they have in this movie can look outright creepy. And also, the CG for the lions in this movie, it looks bad in spots, especially with some of the running animations. Like, oh my god. And the camera work. Yeah.
I hope Cougar got a nice fat paycheck.
Mm-hmm. So, Mufasa, I would put in honestly do not care territory. Like, the way I see it, Sonic 3 put up a good fight against it at the box office. It's getting a Sonic 4 is being made. Mufasa didn't make it flop. That's the only reason I care. Alright, so this next one might be a little controversial, my thoughts. So, Snow White has a massive review bomb campaign against it. Like, the movie was destroyed on IMDb and Letterboxd.
Yes.
I hate to be that guy, but the movie, I hesitate to call it good, but it's not that bad.
So, you know why the review bombs, right?
It largely has to do with Gal Gadot.
Not just. It also has to do with Rachel Zegler.
Yeah, I know about Rachel Zegler's comments too.
I think a lot of the review bombing types are more inclined to be anti-Rachel Zegler than anti-Gal Gadot. I will say I'm not Gal Gadot's biggest fan, but she's not, a woman of color she's, Israeli, so there's that, but
yeah,
Rachel Zegler hits all the wrong buttons for certain people.
Yeah, like, let's just say Rachel Zegler, I'm a little bit mixed on, I want to say. Like, some of it is grifters taking what she said out of context and blowing it out of proportion.
Yes.
On the other end, Zegler can be a little too blunt when talking about stuff.
She can.
Yeah.
I won't say she was 100% wrong. She's a hell of a good Maria, I will say. Like, I don't know if you saw West Side Story.
I have it. I have a copy of it. I have yet to watch it though.
I think I saw the original West Side Story, or not the play, but
So I've seen both. I'm a huge Sondheim fan, and I'm also a big Spielberg fan. So I was going to give it an honest go, no matter what. And there are parts of it that are not. I would not have cast Ansel Elgort as Tony. I'll just say it.
Yeah.
But Rachel Zegler kills in the role. She's so good.
Okay,
and credit. Sorry. Go on.
She's the second Maria to win an Oscar.
I was going to say, actress personality aside, how'd you do with the character?
I was just about to say that, and I will say she does pretty good as Snow White in this movie. Like, she does sell like the figure of kindness that Snow White is supposed to be, and she does sing pretty good. Like, putting aside like what you may think of her IRL, like, she does fine as Snow White. Like,
I think I could be wrong, but I think in of all the princesses, Snow White's supposed to be the youngest princess.
I'm not sure, but
I think she's 13 or 14, and I think that's one of the younger.
Well, she's definitely not that young here. So, anyways, to sum up this movie, I'll say it's competent. Like, it's a bit confused and padded, but it's a competent remake of the original movie. Now, the original movie, I'd say, is more remembered for its historical significance more than anything. Because when you really look at the original movie, it's the most bog standard stock fairy tale in existence.
It is definitely not my favorite, even of the princess films.
Yeah, like, mainly the reason people remember it was the fact that it was the first movie of its kind. Like, it left behind a really good legacy, but like, as a movie itself, it shows its age. Like, so for the remake, they do try to flesh it out a bit more. Like, they focus a lot more on the kindness thing, and like kindness versus oppression. Like, they make it a more central theme. And the blank slate prince character from the original, which factored into some of Rachel Zegler's blunt comments, they revamp him and they give him an actual personality this time.
They gave him a name.
Yes, they do, as a matter of fact. And in general, they flesh out the world a lot better. Whereas in the original, you'd be forgiven for thinking that the main characters are the only people in existence. And yeah, they do. Like, again, this movie is sufficient. Like, they do just enough to get you invested in what's going on, but it's not like the characters are made to be super memorable. And I would say the worst crime this movie does is the dwarves. Like, putting aside the horrifying CGI used to make the dwarves, my understanding is that originally they weren't going to have the dwarves at all. They were going to have this ragtag gang of bandits that are led by the revamped Prince character. But then there was backlash to that, so they restored the dwarves to the movie. Except they decided, you know what, let's do it both ways. They kept the dwarves and the gang of bandits. And And yeah, freaking, you can't really. The two groups fight for screen time. Like, they do try to flesh out the dwarves a little bit better. Like, they kind of explain a little bit more about what they are. Like, they explain that the dwarves are hundreds of years old. And they give Dopey of all the dwarves, more of a character arc. And in fairness, like, it ties into the central themes. It's fine when you look past the horrid CG. But then, as for the prince and his bandits, well, except for the crossbow dude and the prince himself, the bandits get, like, no character.
So the prince wasn't one of the bandits. I thought he was just a bandit, and then he was a prince too.
Well, I'm calling him the prince just so you know who he is. Compared to his original counterpart. Like, I don't remember his actual name in the movie. So, yeah, like... Then as for Gal Gadot as the evil queen, she was fine. Like, I don't know what to think about her singing ability, but she does sell the queen as, like, an evil bitch. So... And the songs are fine. Helps that Rachel Zegler's a good singer. And they recreate both the original songs from the animated one, and they add a bunch of original songs, and thankfully it's an Aladdin situation where the original songs fit right in.
Did they get the quote? Did they get the quote right that people always misquote?
What misquote?
The mirror quote.
The what quote?
Magic mirror on the wall.
Maybe I'm
yeah. Everyone, I heard everyone misquotes that.
Everyone thinks it's mirror, mirror, but it's magic mirror.
They do say magic mirror. So, yeah, like, when you look past the massive review bombing campaign, like, this movie's fine. You know? Like, after how much crap I had to watch for this binge, like, this honestly could have been way worse. Like, you could put this one in okay, I guess. Put it... Yeah, right about there. Alright, so that's the end of the remakes I've personally watched. I have not watched Lilo and Stitch. That said, I know a lot about it, and what I know about it does not give me a good impression. So,
I certainly have no intention of watching it.
Like, so they make choices. Like, one of the more infamous changes is how Nani freaking gives Lilo up to the state at the end of the movie. When the whole point of the original is that she did not want to separate from her.
Something, something, family, something, something.
My sister's partner talked to me about this and how they actually liked it because it was more realistic. But then I had to explain my argument for the original movie, where the whole point, like, the argument for why it's more realistic is, you know, Nani has help. Like, she has a kind neighbor who's taking care of Lilo now. The whole point of the original was that she didn't have help.
Yeah. The whole point was Nani was trying to do it all on her own. And Hawaii, not a cheap place to live.
Absolutely not. If you, like, anybody who's played the game Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth goes into that a lot.
I just have friends who live in Hawaii. And survivors' benefits for Social Security are not a lot. And we don't know if they have any extended family. Certainly it's never mentioned.
Not in the animated one. And the whole thing is, like, freaking the live action remake tries to go into, oh, Nani wanted to go to college, but then their parents' death prevented that. Well, Well, that's info we don't really need to know in the original. All we know is that she's stuck in this situation where she doesn't want to lose her little sister.
And, like, okay, she wants to go to college, apparently for marine biology. You know where a really good place to go to college for marine biology is?
In Hawaii, right?
In Hawaii. I'm given to understand she goes to the freaking mainland.
She goes to California, yeah.
They also cut out Gantu.
Yeah, they cut out Gantu because that costed money.
Yeah.
And also, Pleakley and Jumba spend the majority of the movie as human actors because, we're Disney, but this CG's too expensive. And
I mean, in the original movie, was it Pleakley?
Pleakley.
Yeah, or the other guy. He was trying to. He did try to get them in the beginning, but he redeemed himself later or something. I remember.
Well, no, what happened? So Jumbo and Pleakley, like their mission is to catch Stitch, and they're not necessarily bad guys. They're just doing their jobs, and then they redeem themselves and they become part of the family.
Well, Jumba's kind of a bad guy.
Well, Jumbo, yeah, he's absolutely mad, but he has a good heart ultimately.
Jumba, I would say, is amoral. Morality is for other people.
He means well, in some way.
At least the original one.
Yeah, because they deleted Gantu from the remake, they make Jumba a villain instead. In this version.
Hot take, Pleakley is Disney's first openly trans character.
Oh, speaking of that, to the remake's credit, they did want Pleakley to dress in drag, but Disney executives told them no.
It's canon. Pleakley is trans.
Also, since Jumba's bad and Gantu's not there, there's no place for the Disney series, Lilo and Stitch series I loved.
Well, yeah, the Lilo and Stitch series, yeah. Fun fact for anybody who doesn't know, Lilo and Stitch, well, Aladdin does this too. Lilo and Stitch and Aladdin had a pilot movie for a TV show, a full TV show, and then a proper finale movie.
Yes.
And they were all surprisingly solid.
But with this timeline, that none of that could exist.
Well, they're already planning a sequel to this thing. This, unfortunately, it crossed $1 billion at the box office.
Yeah. You know the Easter egg between having Pleakley dress and drag, right?
Which is?
The voice actor for Pleakley is a man named Kevin McDonald.
Yes, I know that.
Yes, Kevin McDonald is a member of the Canadian sketch comedy troupe The Kids in the Hall, wherein I'm going to go with a low estimate of 90% of the female characters in their sketches are just members of the troupe in drag.
Ah.
So having Pleakley in drag is clearly, I don't know if it's deliberately, but it is, in my heart, a reference to Kids in the Hall.
Yeah, and to the remake crew's credit, they did want to bring that aspect of Pleakley in, but Disney executives told them no.
Cowards.
And, yeah, I don't remember too much more about what I've read about the remake. I think they make Stitch into more of an overt jerk.
His badness levels are too high. He requires desserts.
Yeah, and also it's weird because they did get Chris Sanders to reprise his role, but it's like a mixture of original audio and archive audio. And yeah, I've heard the kid who plays Lilo is decent. Nani is a very blanket downgrade. especially for what she does in the ending. You know, I hadn't thought about the whole marine biology in Hawaii thing. I should have brought that up to my sister's partner. I had not thought about that.
Yeah, no, I think I asked my friends in Hawaii. I mean, they came to college on the mainland. It's how we met. But to be fair, they were both English majors, so you know.
Yeah. And yeah, go on.
But it makes no internal sense for her not to go to college in Hawaii.
Especially because that means she doesn't have to leave Lilo behind.
Exactly so.
And, like, yeah, they try to hand wave it, like, oh, Pleakley gave them a teleporter so she can come back and visit whenever she wants. That doesn't change the fact that she's not home.
I will say I'm glad
or you know, she has to go to college on the mainland. Can't she use the thing to go to the teleport to go to college? I think.
Yeah, like, can't she commute? She has a teleporter. She can live at home.
Yeah, but no, she apparently can only use it to, like, occasionally visit.
I will say I'm glad that they gave Jason Scott Lee a cameo by the look of things. He plays the luau manager, which is objectively funny.
Well, that's good. But yeah, like, I have not watched this movie because it doesn't. I was no way in hell I was going to see it in theaters. It does not drop on Disney Plus until like 2 weeks from now, and I was not renewing my Disney Plus just for that movie. Most likely how it's going to happen is, 1, I'll encounter it at my library, or 2, I'll go over to my sister's apartment. She has Disney Plus, and she might watch it with me.
Yeah, well, and you know, they made the big guy that with the shave ice into a Hawaiian.
Oh, right.
Defeats the purpose of Lilo's fascination with that character.
Because the reason she takes all those pictures is she's taking pictures of white tourists.
Yes. It's the joke.
So they ruin it.
Yeah. So I feel as though the people who wrote the screenplay didn't get the point.
For a lot of scenes. For a lot of the movie.
Alright, so where would you put
her
this?
family is small and broken, but still good.
Except they have so many helpers here that are just perfect. That's that way Nani can just leave her. It's totally fine. All right, so this one, I don't have a rating for it because I have not formally watched it, but if I have to make an educated guess, it goes into Wait You Exist. So.
And here you go, folks. This is our scientific working of Disney remakes. So for a few that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Julian, I guess like I said here, this is my opinion, obviously, but you should watch the Christopher Robin when you since you get a chance to.
I've been told I should watch Christopher Robin. I will probably like it. It's just not been high on my list because if I'm gonna watch Disney live action, it'll probably be from the 70s or 60s.
Like I said, it's a cute movie, but yeah. All right, so
Alma, to answer your question, because Alma here has a question, I am of the opinion, and this is another one of Jillian's patented movie hotcakes. Between the original Treasure Island in, I forget what year, like 48, I think, and The Rocketeer in 1991, Disney had the best record for theatrical release live action movies of any studio. Now, part of that was they released a whole lot fewer live action movies than a lot of the other studios. So they had fewer movies to be stinkers. I think Disney's reputation with live action movies started going downhill way before we hit this particular trend. I think this trend will run its course. I think we're starting to see the backlash.
Well,
Some of it is, not because of the quality of the movies themselves.
Yeah, well, I would say at least back then, the movies fell and rise and fell on their own because they were original movies.
Well, the thing with the remakes is that they're starting to bomb at the box office a lot more often.
This is what I'm saying.
Like, yeah, like Lilo and Stitch, like Mufasa did enough to be profitable, and Lilo and Stitch brought in the big money, but that's because of the nostalgia goggles, not because people liked the movie.
Yeah.
And freaking Snow White utterly bombed, and
Snow White bombed hard enough so they initially said they weren't going to do any more remakes. I don't know if they've walked that back with the popularity.
Like, we know that a few remakes, like one for Tangled, have been canceled.
So,
and unfortunately, Lilo and Stitch may have made them walk that back a little bit, but...
Yeah, we'll see if that continues to be something they say in coming months. But I do think they are learning that these are not automatic successes, and I wouldn't be surprised if the remakes do lower numbers on Disney Plus than the originals.
They very likely do.
Because if you're going to watch one of them, you're going to watch the original, because of course you are.
Like, that's the thing with these remakes. Like, even the one, like, most of these remakes, like, yeah, they come and go. They may or may not make their money at the box office, but afterward, people aren't going to remember them. They're going to remember the originals, especially since they're so accessible.
Yeah. Well, and I think there's more rewatchability to the originals.
Yes.
I think a lot of people are watching the remakes once, so they've seen them, and then they put the original on in front of their kids over and over and over. So I don't think they're going to be a permanent stain any more than I think the iffy years of the 80s are a permanent stain. Disney goes through eras and always has.
Was that the dark, the quote dark ages?
The dark ages, and the thing is the live action of that era doesn't get talked about a lot, and for excellent reasons.
Hopefully we'll get to that eventually in a future topic.
Like I said, if we're going to do the Disney live action, we're going to have to do it by decade because there's too many of them. You cannot do them all at once. We'd be here for days.
Yeah. All right. So we have a few more questions to answer real fast. Number 2.
I reject the viability of the question. Right. Do I think there is some validity to Disney race swapping, attraction shifting more one way than the other too much? Here's the thing. Disney movies of the past are so white and heteronormative that you cannot race swap colors of character to be white and queer characters to be cishet. You can't do it. So, does it happen too much? It happens the only way it can. I hate the term Disney adult with a passion that I have a hard time putting into words. There are people who fit their entire life is about Disney, and as a big Disney fan, I find those people tedious too. But everyone's standard for where the bar is for Disney adult is different. I write on a website called Media Magpies. Every Friday, I write an article about something to do with Disney. It is not always a movie or anything like that. This week, I wrote about the monorail. But, last week was Khrushchev wanting to go to Disneyland. There are a lot of things that I write about that involve Disney.
Yeah.
But I have my avatar there is the stuffed Maleficent I bought at grad night in 1995 that is currently sitting on my bookshelf right in front of me. I have a Disney Plus membership. I am a day one Disney Plus member. I have I have all of this Disney stuff. A lot of people would consider me a Disney adult, and I have not been to a Disney park since 2011 because I don't live in California anymore, and the price of Disney parks is going up faster than inflation.
Yeah, I went to Disney World twice in my life. Once when I was 12, once in my mid-30s. And they were two different experiences.
I used to go all the time when I still lived in LA because Disney parks used to be a lot cheaper than they are now. And that's relative to inflation.
Yeah.
Yes, the cost was lower, but the cost was also lower adjusted for inflation.
Yeah, the cost wasn't not that. It was good, but it wasn't that bad. About 10 years ago when I went, but it's like, but going as a 37-year-old, totally different. Going as a 12-year-old, it still needs adult supervision. It's hanging out with a 4-year-old. You can't do the major rides because I had a 4-year. I had a little kid with me, and I had adult supervision, so I couldn't do much stuff on my own.
If I were rich, I'd go to Disney more often because I find it fun. I find it entertaining. And there are people who absolutely, and I'm not saying you are, Alma, but there are people who absolutely would use the term Disney adult as a derogatory insult towards me. And I feel like because Disney is seen as being for kids, there's something worse about spending my time and money on Disney stuff than, the guy down the block for me with the Seahawks flag out in front of his house, I just don't think they're thinking about the messages as clearly as they could be.
And final question.
Last question. Would Walt himself approve of the direction of Disney right now? No, he would not. Now, there's only so much I care about what Walt would think. But I read at the beginning of the stream a quote from Walt Disney talking about how they don't make things in animation that could be made in live action. So he would have hated pretty much all of these movies except maybe Christopher Robin. He also hated sequels.
Yeah.
Famously, about the only sequel approved during Walt's lifetime was Son of Flubber, and that was because they had more gags than they fit into the first movie. And so he said, okay, we'll make a second one. I think Walt would also be mad about how they're pricing people out of the park. Walt grew up not just poor, but Elias Disney was a piece of work. Elias made Walt get a paper route when he was like 12 so that he could charge Walt rent. Walt died in 1966, I think. The last Disney movie, the last animated movie that Walt worked on personally was The Jungle Book.
Yeah.
Which is part of the reason for the Disney Dark Ages, is that they were kind of treading water, trying to think about what Walt would want them to do instead of innovating. So, yeah. But I think Walt would be really mad about a lot of stuff to do with the current running of the company. Feel free, guys, to either back me up or disagree about this.
I mean, I feel like out of all Disney eras, he might, he probably would have approved of the first Renaissance. I mean, except for maybe some of the behind-the-scenes politics.
Well,
he also would have, as much as I don't like the CGI era of Disney movies, he probably would have approved of that too, because he was always about innovating.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, if you want to hear our opinion more about the different eras, we did a whole series on that if you haven't watched it yet.
Yeah. But, I know he would not have approved of the direct-to-video sequels. He wouldn't have approved of the live-action remakes. He wouldn't have approved of, like, the over-commercialization.
I think he would have approved of Disney Plus, though.
Like, well, Disney Plus is, like, part of the innovation. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
He probably would have approved that.
Like, Walt was not a great artist. Where Walt was he was an innovator and he was a showman. And I think he really would have approved of Disney Plus. He wouldn't have approved of the specific Disney Plus we have now, I suspect. Like, the fact that it is easier to find freaking storage wars than it is to find episodes of The Wonderful World of Disney, I think would have peeved him a little. But I think he would have approved of the idea of the Disney Channel and the idea of Disney Plus, because he was one of the first people to really get into television as a medium for expression.
Do you think he would have approved of Disney trying to withhold the movies from VHS?
Yeah, I said an article about that, about how Disney was against the VCRs, and then it was Mr. Rogers that convinced people to get...
The company was against VCRs because they were against home taping.
They wanted to do theatrical re-releases of their movies.
They really liked a theatrical re-release. I don't know how Walt would have felt about that. Genuinely. That's one I'm not sure about.
Because it's like, on one hand, it's a new technology, and it helps Disney's movies reach a much wider audience. But on the other hand, like, the theatrical re-releases made the Disney stuff more special, I guess.
Yeah. But I think he also might have liked... Well, yeah, Roy would have liked the fact that you could keep selling the tapes and keep getting money for the company that Walt would have liked then spending on other things. Because that was the thing with the Brothers Disney, was Roy was the money one. Walt had the visions.
Well, wasn't Roy alive, like, when they did VHS and all that?
I think it was his son, Roy E.
Oh, okay.
Because there's more than one Roy Disney.
Yeah, because I know there was a Roy Disney who I think lived to the 2000s, but that must be
that was
son.
Roy E. That was the younger Roy. There was, because Roy would have been well over 100 years old at that point.
Yeah.
There were two Roys, and there are still members of the family poking around the company today.
I know that like a great granddaughter or something, or like a great niece, is Melissa Disney, who's a voice actor.
Yeah, and there's another one of Walt's granddaughters is a documentarian these days.
Yeah.
So there's still Disney's working in the industry, not just coasting on having Disney money. And actually, one of the Disneys with Disney money is like, hey, maybe we don't actually need all of the money we have.
Do you think he would have liked owning Star Wars and ESPN and Marvel and whatever they own now?
I don't think he would have cared. I think he would have liked owning Industrial Lights and Magic, because that would have been a shiny new toy.
And Muppets.
And the Muppets, I think he would have liked owning the Muppets. Because again, shiny new toy. But I don't think other people's IP was as important to him unless he was making his own version of it.
I do wonder how he would handle the Muppets and Marvel products.
Well, the interesting thing with Walt is that he was very opposed to diluting the brand. So I think a lot of that stuff wouldn't have had the Disney name on it. Like,
well, in fairness, Marvel and Star Wars stuff doesn't have the Disney name on it.
Well, okay, but it sort of does.
Well, not the front of the movie, anyway.
No.
Like, buried in the credits, there the name is.
But, like, everybody knows.
Yeah.
I think Walt would have preferred more of a, like, Touchstone Hollywood Pictures kind of situation.
Yeah.
Where they own the studio. But if you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah.
It's like they pay for it, but they're hands off paying for it.
Yeah. Like, in, like, 1994-95, I was at the Gene Autry Museum of Western Heritage in Los Angeles. And there was an exhibit about Disney Westerns there. And there's a lot to be said about Disney Westerns. That's another one I could talk a lot about. But they had a picture from Tombstone. It's like, oh yeah, that's Hollywood Pictures. That's technically Disney.
Yeah.
And they only got out of the game when the first Pirates movie started making money, because it proved that they could make a movie for a slightly older audience with the Disney name on it and still make money.
I mean, the Touchstone name still stuck around, at least for R-rated stuff. And then they retired it completely when they acquired 20th Century, because now they just use 20th Century to do R-rated stuff.
Yeah, when I went to Disney World the first time in 92, 93, with the one studio now, it used to be called MGM Studios, and they had a whole bunch of different things there, and different things.
Yeah. The last time I went to Disneyland was 2011, which was just after the Marvel merger.
Was that pre your youngest daughter?
That was pre both kids. I had my firstborn because he turns 28 in November, but I didn't have. Zane was born in 2013, and my 8-year-old was, obviously born in 2017. I'd like to take them to Disney at some point, but that's a whole financial thing.
Hey guys, let's start a GoFundMe for Jillian Disney trip.
Take Jillian and the kids to Disney. No, and it was my partner's first ever vacation. We went down and we spent 3 weeks in California, a large amount of it in my hometown, because it was still there at the time. And the rest of it, like a week at Disney, and had a great time, except for the fact that it was 105 degrees in October. I've never played Kingdom Hearts. I know that some of the lore that's supposedly original to Kingdom Hearts is actually, like, pre-existing lore, like the idea that the sorcerer's name is Yen Sid is background lore.
Go check our season 5 episode. Me and Snick did a 4-hour episode on Kingdom Hearts alone in season 5.
Yeah.
I can speak very little to Kingdom Hearts, mostly because I'm not a huge gamer. I do play Disney Dreamlight Valley, which is referred to in my circle as my silly Disney game.
I haven't touched it in a while, but it's still one of my favorite series.
But, yeah, if you are interested in a lot more of my Disney thoughts, there are obviously the talks that we've done on this very channel about Disney properties.
Yeah, do you want to link your Magpie account in the chat so they can check out your things?
I'm not in chat, but I don't know if you've got my my link tree.
If you can,
but either way,
if you
go
to me,
to the Media Magpies website, it's MediaMagpies.com. It's really easy to remember. And like I said, yesterday I just did the monorail, so it's still on the front page.
Is it Magpie 2 G's or 1?
I am the most prolific writer for Media Magpies, so you can read a lot of my thoughts there.
I can't spell. Is it 1 G?
It's one word, MEDIAMAGPIES.com. Because our web designer was very firm that it needed to be one word.
MIPES, you said?
MAGPIES is magpies.
All right. I cannot spell, so I'm making sure.
That's okay. And there's a lot of great writers there who are not me, but also I am there. And that'll include links to our Patreon, which includes a link to my Patreon. So, there's that. I actually need to write another article for the Patreon about the guy who developed the kind of monorail they have at Disneyland, because he turns out to be fascinating.
Well, you've advertised your stuff, Snick. You want to advertise anything, or is he?
Occasionally I do live streams of Marvel Rivals, but that's going to be winding down for about a month. I did a long SFM sketch on Blue Sky that I might upload the video version on YouTube soon.
Well, sorry to cut your question short, Alma, but it is 12:30 a.m. where I'm at, and
yeah.
The West Coast.
But if you have any more questions, say so in the comments below, and I will forward them, or you can ask at the link that is playing in the chat. As for me, next week, I may or may not be continuing the dinosaurs series. I got a Doc Dino contacting me, but we haven't got a follow up yet, so I'm gonna see. But other than that, hope you all have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
Never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness. We'll see y'all next time. Bye. Hey, thanks for watching my podcast or Let's Play. If you want to help support my channel, you can make a monthly or yearly pledge on Patreon, or just a one-time donation on Vimeo, PayPal, or Cash App. For those looking for something to wear, we have some shirts, hats, and other stylish things in our merch store. If you enjoy gaming, you can always follow and sub to me on Twitch. For those who don't want to give money, I have an Amazon and Steam wish list who would help the channel out. And of course, just liking, leaving a comment, and sharing this video helps more than you can imagine. And always remember to never stop learning and enjoy the randomness.